Welcome back, brothers and heretics, to Grimhammer. Tonight we're diving into lore of the Butcher of Arax. As always, before we get to madness, be sure to like and comment in the videos of topics you need to see in the future. And be sure to subscribe for the Emperor or the Dark Gods. I want to thank you guys for support. You have been killing it. Now, let's get into the video.
Paramar burned beneath a sky the colour of clotted blood. Sergeant Balzac drove through the fire at full acceleration, his combat bike roaring between the manufactorum towers as burning promethium streamed from ruptured pipes overhead. The machine's armoured wheels crushed glass, spent cartridges and human remains into the black roadway. Its twin bolters hammered beneath the handlebars, each detonation striking back through the frame and into his gauntlets. A pack of traitor infantry broke from the mouth of a loading station. Balzac killed 3 before they finished turning. The first bolt struck a renegade in the sternum and exploded inside his chest, spraying fragments of spine across the wall behind him. The second tore through another man's pelvis, folding him around the impact before the mass-reactive shell burst and cast his legs in separate directions. Balzac steered through the crimson mist as the third man raised an autogun. The bike struck him hard enough to strip the flesh from his face. Varric, take the eastern conduit. By your command. Cassian, remain on my wheel. Acknowledged. His squad answered without wasted breath. 5 Stormlords followed him through the Manufactorum Canyon, their red and white plate flickering beneath the pulsing glare of warning lumens. 3 rode combat bikes. 2 more bounded across the upper gantries, their power armour carrying them over ruptured pipework and sagging bridges with predatory speed. Above them, a Stormlord's gunship screamed between the towers, engines turning smoke into spiralling vortices. The Hive District had once manufactured coolant pumps for the plasma generator complexes, buried beneath the equatorial crust. Now its towers stood gutted and burning. Conveyor bridges had collapsed across the streets. Cooling stacks vomited black chemical clouds. Somewhere below, millions of terrified workers remained sealed in habitation vaults, while loyalist and traitor forces butchered one another for possession of the generators. If those generators failed, the district would not merely go dark. The lower hive would freeze, atmospheric processors would die, defense batteries would lose power, entire habitation levels would become tombs before the enemy breached them. Balzac studied the tactical feed projected across his visor. Heat signatures moved beyond the next intersection. Large, fast, too disciplined to be mortal infantry, however much noise they made. "Dismount," he ordered. His brothers obeyed before the word had finished crossing the squad channel. The bike slewed behind the carcass of an overturned hauler. Cassian dragged his machine sideways, creating a barricade of plasteel and armoured ceramite. Varric and Solon dropped from the upper gantry, landing hard enough to fracture the roadway. The roaring reached them a heartbeat later. It rolled through the smoke like the voice of an enraged god. "Khorne!" Shapes charged through the intersection. World Eaters. Their armour had once been Legion white and blue. Centuries of blood, soot and neglect had left it dark beneath the crude red daubing covering every plate. Chains hung from their pauldrons. Skulls knocked against their breastplates. Their chain axes screamed as they ran, teeth spinning fast enough to throw sparks from the road. They came without covering fire. Balzac despised them for that. They believed their fury made them courageous. They mistook the willingness to die for the ability to win. "Range, 80 meters, he said. "First rank, controlled pairs." The Stormlords opened fire together. Bolter detonations filled the canyon. The first World Eater staggered as 3 shells struck his breastplate. The ceramite survived the impacts. The flesh beneath did not. Secondary explosions punched through the damaged plating, filling the armor with bone splinters and liquefied organs. The berserker continued for 2 steps before collapsing onto his face. Another lost his left knee. He fell, rolled and dragged himself forward with one arm, chain axe still biting at the roadway. "Second rank, fire!" Cassian and Varric shot past the first volley, A bolt penetrated an eye lens. The World Eater's helmet bulged as the shell exploded inside his skull, blasting grey matter through the Vox grille. Another round struck an exposed ammunition feed and detonated the bolt magazines at the warrior's hip. His lower torso vanished in a storm of brass fragments and burning meat. The survivors kept coming. Their Vox channels flooded the air with screams, challenges, and broken invocations to the blood god. Balzac heard no orders among them. Grenades! Each Stormlord armed a crack grenade. Cast! The explosives struck the advancing formation and adhered to armor. White fire consumed the street. One berserker disappeared from the waist upward. Another was hurled into a pipeline with both arms torn away. Superheated blood painted the metal behind him. A third emerged through the blast, with half his helmet missing and his cheek hanging loose from his skull. Balzac killed him with a single shot through the mouth. Withdraw 20 meters, alternating pairs. The Stormlords moved with the efficiency of a machine. 2 fired while 4 withdrew. The firing pair fell back as the next 2 took their place. Their bolters created interlocking lanes of death, forcing the World Eaters into the narrowest part of the street. The traitors reached the overturned hauler. Balzac triggered the demolition charge he had placed beneath its fuel cells. The wreck vanished. The explosion lifted 2 World Eaters from their feet and hurled them into the burning upper levels. A third emerged, stumbling through the wreckage, armor burning, chain axe raised. Solon shot him through the throat. The bolt burst behind the gorget. The berserker's head remained attached by cords of muscle and exposed cabling, flopping against his backpack as he collapsed. Silence returned slowly. Hot metal ticked in the ruins. Burning fuel ran along the drainage channels. Somewhere inside the smoke, a wounded traitor made a choking sound that might once have been laughter. Balzac advanced with his bolter raised. Casualties? None, Cassian answered. Ammunition? 27 bolts. 31, said Varric. 24. The other reports followed. Balzac looked down at the dead World Eaters. 8 bodies, too few. The attack had been savage, but it had possessed no purpose. The traitors had charged along the most obvious approach without armor, artillery, or supporting infantry. They had known the Stormlords occupied the district. They had known the street could become a killing ground. The enemy had spent 8 legionaries to discover almost nothing. Unless they had wanted the Stormlords to believe the attack was over. Auspex sweep, Balzac said. Solon lowered his bolter and raised the scanner attached to his vambrace. Green lines rolled across the display. Interference from the coolant network. Compensate. I am attempting to. A chain axe snarled within the smoke. Balzac turned. One World Eater was still alive. The warrior rose beside the ruined hauler, one hand pressed against a wound in his abdomen. His plate had been cracked from hip to sternum. Blood pumped through the fracture with each beat of his heart. His chain axe hung low in his remaining hand. He looked directly at Balzac. Then he turned and ran. Not charged. Ran. The traitor disappeared into the mouth of a collapsed transit tunnel. Cassian aimed after him. "Hold!" Balzac ordered. "He flees." "He wants us to see him flee." Balzac enlarged the local map. The transit tunnel ran beneath the manufacturum district, connecting the slaughter processing halls with the primary generator conduits. If the World Eaters had established a command post within those tunnels, they could strike the plasma regulator stations from below. 1 destroyed regulator would cripple the district. 3 would condemn it. Gunship 7, report movement beneath the transit line. Static answered him. Balzac tried again. Nothing. The tactical rune representing the gunship vanished from his display. A moment later, an explosion rolled through the cloud cover. Burning fragments fell between the towers, trailing black smoke. One section of wing struck a habitation block and cut through 6 floors before disappearing inside. Cassian watched the wreckage fall. They have anti-aircraft emplacements. Or a gunship of their own. The tunnel is a trap, Varric said. Yes. Balzac examined the route. The safer response was to withdraw, establish a perimeter, and call for reinforcements. It was also the slower response. The traitors could reach the regulator stations before another squad arrived. Millions of lives rested upon minutes. "We enter," he said. "Cassian, transmit our route to command." No response from the relay. "Continue transmitting." Balzac reloaded his bolter. "We pursue to the first junction, no further. Full Auspex discipline. The wounded traitor is bait. We will learn what waits behind him." "And when the jaws close?" Cassian asked. Balzac turned toward the tunnel. "We break their teeth." They entered at speed. The transit tunnel descended beneath the Manufactorum towers, its walls blackened by old engine soot. Emergency lumens pulsed at long intervals, filling the darkness with intermittent red light. The World Eater's blood formed a broad trail across the floor. Too broad. A warrior losing that much blood should have slowed. Balzac knelt beside the trail and touched it with 2 fingers. Warm, fresh, mixed with oil. "He is bleeding a reservoir," he said. Cassian scanned the walls. "Deliberate. Advance." The tunnel opened into an abandoned freight station. Tracks crossed beneath cranes large enough to lift battle tanks. Animal carcasses hung from hooks above the platforms, preserved by coolant leaks and coated in grey frost. They had once fed the hive's labour population. Now they swayed gently in the disturbed air, eyeless heads turning on frozen necks. Solon's Auspex clicked. Movement ahead. 1 contact. The wounded berserker stood at the far end of the station. He no longer pretended to flee. His chain axe rested upon one shoulder. Blood continued pouring from the split in his armor, yet his posture remained strong. His helmet's red lenses watched the Stormlords approach. Balzac raised his bolter. The berserker struck the emergency control beside him. Blast doors descended behind the Stormlords. Cassian spun and fired, but the bolts flattened against the reinforced barrier. Locking teeth engaged beneath the floor. The lights died. For 1 heartbeat, there was darkness. Then the slaughterhouse awakened. Industrial lumens ignited overhead, revealing chains, gantries, and endless rows of hanging bodies. Ancient machinery began to grind beneath the floor. Conveyor belts jerked into motion. Chain hoists dragged carcasses through curtains of coolant vapor toward rendering vats filled with dark, rotting fluid. Shapes stood among the mist. World Eaters. Dozens of them. Their chain axes came alive one after another until the chamber shook with the sound. Balzac fired before the first roar began. His bolt struck the wounded berserker's backpack. The shell penetrated between the armored vents and detonated within the reactor housing. The power unit ruptured. The World Eater arched backward as fire burst through his chest and abdomen. His armor split along the spine, spilling charred organs across the platform. "Defensive crescent," Balzac ordered. "Western machinery, move." The Stormlords sprinted for the processing line. World Eaters charged from the coolant fog. The first reached Solon. His chain axe struck Solon's bolter and cut through the weapon. The rotating teeth continued into his forearm, ripping through ceramite and bone. Solon drove his combat blade beneath the berserker's chin, but another traitor hit him from the side. The axe entered beneath Solon's arm. It tore through his ribs and exited beside his spine. Blood sprayed across Balzac's visor. Balzac shot the killer twice in the chest, closed the distance and rammed his chainsword through the damaged gorget. The blade chewed through throat, vertebrae and armor cabling before bursting from the back of the neck. He tore the weapon sideways, opening the World Eater from jaw to shoulder. "Solon is dead," he voxed. No lamentation, no denial, only information. "Contact left," Varric said. 3 berserkers rushed between the carcass rails. Varric fired until his bolter locked empty, then drew his chainsword. He killed the first with a thrust through the faceplate. The second struck his left arm at the elbow. The limb vanished in a blur of blood and armor fragments. Varric did not scream. He fired his bolt pistol one-handed into the traitor's abdomen, emptying the magazine until the World Eater's torso ruptured from within. The third berserker buried his axe in Varric's breastplate. The chain teeth bit through the Imperial aquila, through the fused ribs beneath and into both hearts. The Weapon dragged downward, opening him from sternum to pelvis. Intestines poured across his thighs. Varric remained standing long enough to say, "Sergeant." Then the World Eater kicked him into the machinery. The conveyor seized his legs. Armored rollers pulled him beneath the processing line. Ceramite cracked. His pelvis collapsed with a sound like breaking stone. The machine drew him deeper, crushing his torso until blood jetted from the joints of his armor. His squad rune went dark. "Grenades to the northern lane," Balzac ordered. Cassian and the remaining Stormlords cast their last crack charges. The explosion collapsed an overhead rail. Frozen carcasses, chains and tons of twisted metal crashed into the advancing World Eaters. One disappeared beneath the wreckage. Another was pinned through the abdomen by a broken support beam, yet continued hacking at the metal with his chain axe. "Through the gap," Balzac said. They moved. A chain axe struck Balzac's thigh. The teeth tore through the outer plate, caught in the fiber bundles beneath, and ripped a trench through his quadriceps. Warning runes flooded his display. His armor flooded the wound with coagulants, but his leg nearly failed beneath him. He turned into the blow. His bolter's muzzle touched the attacker's backpack. Balzac fired. The shell exploded inside the power unit. The berserker's spine snapped forward as his own armor detonated, driving fragments of reactor casing through his lungs and hearts. Balzac shoved the corpse away and kept moving. Cassian fell beside him. A chain axe had struck his helmet from above. The blade split the faceplate, continued through the skull, and lodged between the upper vertebrae. The World Eater wrenched the weapon free, throwing half of Cassian's head across the floor. Only Balzac's rune remained. The squad channel carried static, enemy breathing, and the endless shriek of chain teeth. He reached the wall and turned. World Eaters surrounded him. They did not attack. A larger warrior walked through their ranks. The champion's armor was scarred black and red, its brass trim fashioned into hooked teeth. Human skulls hung from chains around his waist. His chain axe was broader than Balzac's torso, its motor growling with restrained power. "You fought well," the champion said. Balzac spat blood across the inside of his helmet. He reached behind his waist and opened the emergency controls of his power pack. Reactor overload. The warning request appeared across his visor. "Confirm." Before he could complete the command, the champion struck his hand. Bones disintegrated inside the gauntlet. Fingers folded backward. Balzac dropped to one knee as pain flashed through his arm. The champion tore the helmet from his head. Cold air struck Balzac's face. "You think death is defiance," the World Eater said. "You think your skull is the only offering we can take." Balzac tried to rise. The chain axe punched into his chest. Not the teeth, the weapon's armored haft. The impact cracked his breastplate and drove broken ribs through his secondary heart. Blood filled his throat. He coughed it across the champion's armor. "A strong skull may wait," the traitor continued. "A strong mind has other uses." Balzac lunged with his chainsword. The champion caught his wrist and crushed it. Another World Eater struck Balzac across the spine with the flat of an axe. Vertebrae fractured. His legs ceased answering him. He fell among the blood, grease, and fragments of his brothers. They bound him in industrial chains. He recited the first catechism of the Stormlords. "Speed is the blade." A gauntlet struck his mouth. Teeth broke loose and filled his tongue with shards. "Resolve is the hand." They dragged him through the slaughterhouse. "Duty is the will that guides them." His squad banner burned beside the ruined processing line. A World Eater stood upon it, grinding the chapter emblem beneath one boot. "The Emperor witnesses." The words weakened as blood filled his lungs. "The Emperor remembers." Darkness took him. He awoke beneath white surgical light. His armor was gone. Each plate lay upon a metal table beside him. The red and white heraldry had been gouged away with rotary blades. His sergeant's markings were cut through. His oath papers burned in a brass bowl. A figure leaned over him. The chirurgeon wore chirurgeon, blood-darkened armor beneath a leather apron made from stitched human skin. Mechanical limbs unfolded from his backpack, each ending in saws, drills, or syringes. His mask resembled a steel muzzle. Balzac tried to move. Iron restraints held him upright within a frame designed for heavy servitors. His damaged spine had been clamped between articulated braces. Tubes entered his chest. A pump worked beside him, circulating blood through the ruin of his secondary heart. The chirurgeon examined the readings. Pride, he said. Aggression, endurance, loyalty rooted deeply enough to make its destruction meaningful. Balzac forced blood from his mouth and spat into the mask. The Emperor will avenge me. The chirurgeon wiped the blood away with one metal finger. No. Articulated drills moved around Balzac's skull. Neural probes unfolded like the legs of insects. The Emperor has abandoned you, said the chirurgeon. Pain will not. Vox speakers awakened throughout the chamber. Balzac. His name came from every wall. Balzac. The drills began to spin. Balzac. The probes descended toward his eyes, temples, and exposed spine. Balzac. The name repeated until it became rhythm, then noise, then nothing. Consciousness returned because the surgeons commanded it. Balzac opened his eyes into white light and found that his body no longer belonged entirely to him. Iron restraints locked his wrists, elbows, throat, waist, and ankles against the upright operating frame. Additional clamps held the broken sections of his spine immobile. Cables entered the wounds along his ribs. Transparent tubes carried his blood into machines that scrubbed it, heated it, and forced it back into his body through thick needles driven beneath his collarbones. He tried to close his eyes. A chemical injector hissed beside his neck. Fire entered his bloodstream. His eyelids snapped open. His primary heart accelerated. The mutilated secondary organ twitched beneath the sutures crossing his chest. Every nerve awakened at once, sharpened beyond endurance by stimulants that denied him the mercy of unconsciousness. The chirurgeon stood before him. Articulated limbs unfolded from the traitor's back, each ending in a different instrument. Drills, bone saws, injection spikes, serrated clamps. One mechanical hand held Balzac's skull immobile, while another passed a needle through the skin beside his right eye. "You will remain awake," the chirurgeon said. Balzac pulled against the restraints. The frame groaned. "Then I will watch you die." The chirurgeon made a sound that might have been amusement. "You continue to believe pain is a contest." The needle penetrated deeper. It slipped behind Balzac's eye and entered the frontal tissues of his brain. His vision filled with red. The vox speakers around the chamber awakened. Balzac. His name came from the walls in his own voice. Balzac. A second probe entered through a hole drilled above his ear. A third descended toward the base of his skull. Each carried currents too slight to damage an Astarte's brain, yet precise enough to stimulate individual paths within it. The first memory arrived without warning. He rode beneath the pale sky of a distant world, his combat bike cutting across a salt plain. His brothers rode beside him. Their armor was clean. Their banners snapped in an untainted wind. There was no blood upon the horizon, and no smoke choking the heavens. Brother Cassian rode at his right flank. Brother Varric laughed over the squad channel. Balzac felt something inside his chest that had nothing to do with his damaged hearts. Belonging. The probe discharged. Agony exploded behind his eyes. The memory shattered. The salt plain became the operating chamber. Cassian's laughter became the scream of a drill entering bone. The pale sky became the chirurgeon's steel mask. Balzac roared and strained against the frame until the restraints cut through his skin. "Again," said the chirurgeon. The memory returned. The salt plain, his brothers, the wind. Pain followed. Again. The salt plain. Pain. Again. Cassian's voice. Pain. Again. The chapter banner rising above the speeding column. Pain so intense that Balzac's heart stopped together. The machines shocked them back into motion. He gasped through clenched teeth. Blood ran from his nose and ears. The chirurgeon adjusted the current with the delicacy of an artisan tuning an instrument. "You locate the memory," Balzac said. Each word emerged thickened by blood. "You cannot change it." "No, you will change it." The next memory showed him kneeling within the Hall of Tempests. The walls were engraved with the names of fallen stormlords. Incense drifted through shafts of sunlight. His captain stood before him, holding the crimson-edged blade that marked elevation to sergeant. Balzac remembered the weight of pride. He remembered his brothers striking their fists against their breastplates. He remembered the captain saying that command was not honor. Command was debt. The neural probes ignited. His skull became a furnace. The captain's face distorted. The Hall of Tempests stretched into the operating chamber. The applause of his brothers became chain axes roaring behind a sealed door. "Where are they?" asked a World Eater standing beyond the chirurgeon. Balzac had not seen him enter. The warrior wore battered red plate. Chains hung from his belt, each bearing strips of dried skin marked with Imperial oaths. "Your brothers," the World Eater continued. "Where are they now?" Balzac glared at him. "Dead by your hand." "Some." The warrior stepped closer. "Others still live. Your captain lives. Your chapter lives. They did not come for you. They believe me dead. They accepted your death quickly." Balzac pulled against the restraints again. The neural current ceased. For the first time since awakening, there was no pain. The relief was so complete that he nearly wept. Then he understood. His anger had silenced it. The chirurgeon watched his readings. "There," he said. "He learns." Balzac forced himself to remember the Hall of Tempests. He called up the captain's words, the carved names, the hands of his brothers striking their armor. Pain returned. He changed the memory. He imagined the captain turning away from him. The agony lessened. He imagined the hall empty, the names forgotten, the chapter banner lowered over a corpse no one had bothered to recover. The pain faded further. Balzac recognized the manipulation. Recognition did nothing to stop it. Days lost their meaning. There was only the frame, the instruments, and the memories. The surgeons broke his bones where they had healed incorrectly. They split his femurs lengthwise and drove black reinforcement rods through the marrow. They opened his chest again, removing fragments of rib from the ruined secondary heart and replacing damaged tissue with vat-grown muscle that pulsed before it had been connected to his blood supply. Apothecarian knowledge guided some of the work. Other procedures belonged to no loyal school of medicine. Bundles of synthetic fiber were threaded through his muscles. Chemical organs were implanted beside his adrenal glands. Growth stimulants entered his bloodstream in measured floods, forcing muscle to thicken around his reinforced skeleton. His shoulders broadened until the restraint frame had to be cut apart and rebuilt around him. The chirurgeon carved channels along Balzac's spine and packed them with conductive metal. "The body remembers limitation," he said, while securing the final plate over the exposed vertebrae. "We are teaching yours to forget." Balzac felt the drill penetrate the base of his skull. He smelled his own bone burning. "Your work will fail. Perhaps." The chirurgeon drove another cortical spike into place. "But your survival has already exceeded the others." Balzac looked toward the far wall. There were stains there, old blood, scratches in the stone. One set had been made by fingers dragged downward until the nails tore away. "How many?" "Enough to instruct us. And when I die, we begin again with another." That answer sustained him. He would not provide the surgeons with proof of failure. He would not become another stain on the wall. Pride was not loyalty, and survival was not surrender. He repeated those truths while they cut him apart. The surgeons repeated different truths. The Stormlords had restrained him. The Stormlords had rewarded obedience because obedience made powerful warriors easier to command. The Stormlords had named discipline a virtue because they feared what he might become without it. "You were greater than them," the red-armored World Eater told him. "They taught you to diminish yourself." Balzac laughed through broken teeth. "You speak of restraint while wearing chains." The warrior looked down at the chains hanging from his armor. These carry the oaths of men who believed as you do. Then you decorate yourself with stronger men. The World Eater struck him. The blow broke Balzac's jaw. Pain filled the chamber. He held the traitor's gaze. For a moment, the World Eater seemed ready to kill him. Then the warrior stepped back. The chirurgeon studied Balzac's accelerating hearts. "Pride," he said. "Always pride." The next operation implanted the cortical engines. They were crude descendants of the devices once driven into the skulls of Angron's legion. Barbed conductors entered the motor centers of Balzac's brain. Filaments coiled around the paths governing aggression, fear, and restraint. The mechanism did not think. It rewarded violence and punished hesitation with the blind simplicity of a hooked blade. When the work ended, the surgeons removed him from the frame. His legs failed beneath him. He fell naked onto an iron floor. The impact cracked the tiles. Balzac pushed himself upright. His body felt too large. New muscle shifted beneath scarred skin. Reinforced bones carried unfamiliar weight. Cables trailed from ports along his spine and skull, connecting him to a wheeled reservoir of chemicals and electrical regulators. A gate opened ahead. Heat rolled through it. Beyond lay a circular arena surrounded by tiers of world eaters. They struck axes and fists against the railings. The sound became a single metallic heartbeat. Balzac was driven into the arena with shock poles. 6 men waited for him. Paramar militia, judging by their uniforms. Their armor was scorched. Their faces were hollow with exhaustion. Each carried a simple weapon taken from the slaughterhouse stores. Hooks, cleavers, lengths of chain. One held a captive bolt pistol with a single round. They stared at Balzac. He stared back. The eldest soldier lowered his cleaver. "He is unarmed." A world eater above them laughed. The arena gate closed. The chirurgeon's voice came through hidden speakers. "Kill." Balzac did not move. The cortical engines activated. Pain drove him to his knees. It was not the sharp agony of a blade or drill. It was total. Every nerve carried the same command. His muscles locked. His vision collapsed into white static. His damaged jaw clenched until teeth fractured. "Kill," the chirurgeon repeated. The militia watched him convulse. The man with the bolt pistol raised it. Balzac could have killed them. He knew that immediately. They were exhausted mortals. Their movements were slow. Their weapons were inadequate. Even unarmored and weakened, he remained an Adeptus Astartes. He refused. The pain intensified. Blood ran from the ports in his skull. The soldier with the pistol approached. "I am sorry," the man said. He pressed the muzzle against Balzac's forehead. Balzac looked up at him. "Then do it." The soldier pulled the trigger. The weapon clicked. Empty. The World Eaters roared with laughter. The soldier stared at the useless pistol. Balzac saw the broken restraint bar lying near the gate. He could continue resisting. He could let the engines burn through his mind. He could force the surgeons to kill him or drag him back to the frame. The militia would still die. The World Eaters had not brought them there to survive. Balzac reached for the bar. The oldest soldier stepped backward. "No!" Balzac rose. His first step was unsteady. The second was not. The soldier swung the cleaver. Balzac caught his wrist and broke it. Bone pushed through the skin. Before the man could scream, Balzac drove the restraint bar through his open mouth. Metal shattered teeth, tore through the palate, and entered the skull. Balzac continued pushing. The bar emerged from the back of the man's head and struck the arena wall. He drove it deeper until the corpse hung upright, feet twitching above the floor. The pain stopped. Silence filled Balzac's skull. Not true silence. The World Eaters still thundered above him. Machinery still pumped chemicals into his body. The remaining prisoners shouted and scattered, but inside him there was nothing. No burning, no pressure, no memory. Balzac closed his eyes. He enjoyed it. The realization frightened him more than the pain had. The engines stirred. He opened his eyes and killed again. The second soldier attacked with a hook. Balzac allowed it to enter his shoulder, caught the chain and pulled the man close. His fist struck the soldier's face. Cartilage collapsed. Teeth tore through the cheeks from within. Balzac struck again. The skull broke against his knuckles. The third man ran. Balzac caught him before he reached the gate and twisted his head until the neck separated internally. The body remained standing for a heartbeat, muscles spasming without command. The others died more quickly. A heel crushed a throat. A length of chain tightened around a neck until the eyes ruptured. A cleaver entered beneath the ribs and split the liver. Each death purchased another interval of peace. Balzac understood the exchange, their lives for his silence. He accepted it. When the final prisoner stopped moving, the gate opened. The chirurgeon entered with 2 world eaters. "Better," he said. Balzac still held the bloodied restraint bar. "Remove the engines." "No. I will tear them from my skull. Then the pain will become permanent." Balzac took 1 step toward him. The world eaters raised their axes. Another gate opened behind them. A space marine was dragged into the arena. His red and white armor had been stripped to the black undersuit. 1 eye was swollen closed. His arms were chained behind him, but he walked upright. Balzac knew him. Brother Targus. The memory came with unbearable clarity. Targus riding at the head of the second squad. Targus standing watch beside him through an ice storm. Targus carrying a wounded scout across 12 kilometers of hostile ground rather than leave him for the enemy. The engines flared. Balzac staggered. Targus stared at his altered body. "Sergeant!" The word struck harder than any weapon. Balzac lowered the iron bar. "Targus!" His own voice sounded wrong, deeper, roughened by damaged tissue and chemical growth. Targus stepped closer. "We searched for you." Pain entered Balzac's skull. "We returned to the manufactorum," Targus continued. "We found the dead. We found your blood." The agony grew. Balzac's hands began to shake. "The chapter has not abandoned you. Stop. You are a Stormlord. Stop. Your name is Balzac." The engines tore through every path connected to the name. Balzac saw the salt plain. Pain. The Hall of Tempests. Pain. Cassian dying beneath a chain axe. Pain. Varric crushed inside the processing machine. Pain. The captain placing the sergeant's blade across his palms. Pain. Targus moved closer. "Brother, listen to me. Duty is not broken by suffering. You can return. Whatever they have done, you can be forgiven." Duty. The word became a spike behind Balzac's eyes. Brother, another spike. Forgiven. The pain erased the arena. Balzac seized Targus by the throat. Targus did not resist. "That is not you," he rasped. Balzac tightened his grip. The engines quieted. Targus's face darkened as blood ceased reaching his brain. "Brother." Pain. Balzac squeezed harder. Cartilage collapsed beneath his fingers. The larynx ruptured. Vertebrae shifted, then broke. Targus's remaining eye widened as blood poured from his mouth. The pain stopped. Balzac continued squeezing until the neck became a ruined column of meat inside the skin. He released the corpse. Targus fell at his feet. Balzac looked down for a long time. He waited for grief. The engines waited with him. The chirurgeon approached. "Balzac belonged to that corpse," he said. "To those colors. To a chapter that could not save him." Balzac's gaze remained upon Targus. "What remains?" "A weapon." The chirurgeon held out a chain axe. Its casing was scarred and blackened. Old blood filled the recesses between the teeth. The grip had been wrapped in strips cut from an Imperial banner. A weapon requires a name. Balzac took the axe. The motor awakened beneath his hand. The chirurgeon spoke the word slowly. Zhufor. Balzac felt nothing. No memory answered it. No hall, no sky, no brothers. The name was empty. Zhufor, he repeated. The engines remained silent. The World Eaters struck their weapons against the arena rails. Zhufor. The name spread through them. Zhufor. He looked at Targus's corpse and understood why emptiness had value. A hollow thing could be filled. The boarding torpedo struck the Imperial escort hard enough to buckle its internal decks. Zhufor's restraints released. The assault ram opened. World Eaters surged through smoke and molten metal into the vessel's midships passage. Zhufor followed with the chain axe in both hands, bare head exposed, his enlarged body covered in piecemeal red armor that had been modified to fit him. Naval armsmen waited behind overturned supply carts. Fire! Last bolts filled the corridor. Zhufor assessed the defense in a glance. 2 firing ranks. Servitor mounted heavy stubber on the left. Bulkhead controls behind the officer. Secondary passage beyond the right wall. The old discipline returned without permission. Left weapon first, he ordered. The World Eaters ignored him and charged. Zhufor did not. He moved against the right wall as the heavy stubber opened fire. Shells struck the charging berserkers, sparking from plate and tearing through weaker joints. One warrior lost an eye lens and half the skull behind it. Zhufor reached the wall. His chain axe cut through the maintenance panel. He ripped the cables free, severing power to the corridor lumens and bulkhead locks. Darkness fell. The armsmen fired blindly. Zhufor crossed the distance between muzzle flashes. His axe entered the heavy gunner's shoulder and passed through the chest. Chain teeth dragged lungs, ribs, and strips of uniform from the wound. He kicked the corpse aside and turned the weapon upon the second rank. The engines began to burn. He killed the officer. The pain lessened. He killed the loader. Silence. He killed the men attempting to flee through the unlocked bulkhead. Peace. The World Eaters followed him deeper into the ship. Resistance thickened near the reactor approaches. Armsmen fired from barricades while combat servitors advanced with hydraulic claws and rotary cannons. Zhufor moved through them with the precision of a sergeant and the appetite of something newly born. He severed weapon arms before killing bodies. He destroyed command Vox units. He used smoke, corners, and the corpses of defenders as cover. Then the engines rose beyond reason. Technique dissolved. He entered the barricade. The axe became noise and impact. A servitor's head vanished. A sailor's abdomen opened from hip to sternum. Another man raised both hands, and Zhufor split him from shoulder to pelvis, the blade chewing through breastbone, organs, and spine before lodging in the deck. He tore it free. Blood coated the walls. He reached the reactor crew. The technicians wore radiation robes and stood unarmed before the control stations. Their overseer raised a trembling hand. "Do not fire. The reactor must remain stable." Zhufor advanced. The World Eaters seized him from behind. 3 warriors locked their arms around his torso. A 4th wrapped a chain around his throat and hauled backward. Zhufor roared and swung at them, the axe passing close enough to carve sparks from a pauldron. "The ship is taken," one shouted. The engines demanded more. "The crew lives until translation," another said. "Kill them, and we lose the vessel." Zhufor fought until the chain tightened and his damaged spine screamed. Reason returned slowly. The reactor crew remained alive. He hated them for it. Later, within the captured ship's armory, trophies were sorted beneath the gaze of armed slaves. Helmets, blades, banners, purity seals, chapter badges removed from Dead Space Marines. Zhufor saw the red and white plate among them. A Stormlord's pauldron. He lifted it from the pile. The old colours remained bright beneath the blood. No one watched closely. He could conceal it. Keep it beneath his armour. carry one fragment of the man he had been into, whatever wars remained. The thought awakened the engines, only faintly. Zhufor carried the pauldron to the armorer's anvil. He placed it beneath the powered hammer. For a moment, he remembered riding beneath a pale sky. He remembered Cassian, Varek, Targus. He lowered the hammer. The first impact split the heraldry. The second flattened the Imperial badge. The third reduced the pauldron to twisted fragments of colorless ceramite. Zhufor kept striking until nothing recognizable remained. The engines were silent. Balzac would never return. This time, the choice was his. The long war was measured in ammunition, not in centuries, not in victories, not in the names of worlds burned beneath the guns of traitors and loyalists. It was measured in bolt shells counted beneath failing lumens, in chain-axe teeth collected from blood-slick floors, in armor plates stripped from warriors whose gene seed had already been carved from their cooling bodies. Zhufor learned this before he learned command. On Varnak, his warband possessed ammunition enough for 9 hours of sustained battle. Their commander spent half of it in the first assault, ordering volleys against defensive walls thick enough to resist battle cannon fire. When the gates finally opened, the berserkers entered with empty bolters and chain weapons blunted against ferrocrete. Zhufor killed 3 Imperial officers with a salvaged entrenching blade. He killed his own squad champion with the same weapon when the fool tried to claim the last loaded pistol. The surviving World Eaters named Zhufor champion before the blood had cooled. On Charon's fall, he learned that armor was more valuable than pride. His squad hunted an Imperial Fist's kill team through the hollowed chambers of an orbital refinery. When the final loyalist died, Zhufor ordered his warriors to stop hacking at the corpse. They stared at him through red lenses, the butcher's nails clawing at their thoughts. "The plate is ours," Zhufor told them. "Ruin it, and you will replace it with your own." They obeyed. Not because they feared waste, because they believed him capable of taking payment. Slaves worked for 7 days removing the yellow ceramite, grinding away the Imperial heraldry and cutting the plates to fit damaged suits of Traitor Legion war gear. Servo motors were extracted from the dead. Fiber bundles were soaked clean in vats of caustic fluid. Copper wiring was pulled from the refinery walls and wound around failing power conduits. The repairs were ugly. They worked. On the moons of Iriad, Zhufor became Skull Champion after leading an assault upon a munitions vault, while rival champions fought over the skulls of its defenders. He secured the shells first, then he returned and killed the rivals. On Calmec's Reach, he became an exalted champion of Khorne when he broke an armored column with 16 berserkers, 3 melter bombs, and a captured loader servitor packed with explosives. The warband's lord praised the fury of the attack. Zhufor said nothing of fury. He had studied the column's movement for 4 days. He had watched the tanks halt at the same refueling station, seen their infantry screen loosen whenever the crews opened the fuel ports, and identified the precise moment when the destruction of the lead and rear vehicles would trap the rest inside the ravine. The bloodshed had lasted less than 8 minutes. The salvaging continued for months. That was victory. Warriors who understood only slaughter often called themselves chosen. Their warbands died in forgotten corridors, chain axes buried in enemies while their ships starved for fuel. Their armories emptied, their slaves perished. Their vessels became cold tombs drifting through the immaterium. A lord who could not feed his warriors ammunition would eventually feed them his officers. When the officers were gone, the warriors would devour the lord. Zhufor remembered this as the warships descended upon Scathach. The planet's surface was hidden beneath a pall of ash and industrial poison. Manufactorums covered its continents in iron ranges, their towers rising like black teeth through the clouds. Cathedrals had been constructed around the factory complexes, so the laboring population could worship without leaving their production lines. Now the cathedrals manufactured weapons. The Imperium wanted them intact. The warbands of Khorne wanted everything inside them. Zhufor stood within the assault bay of the cruiser Wrath Unending, watching embarkation runes flicker across a cracked tactical display. His warriors gathered around their transports, armor painted in mismatched shades of dried blood. Some bore the ancient blue and white of the world eaters beneath layers of gore. Others had scraped away the heraldry of renegade chapters whose names no longer mattered. Khazug Val waited beside him. Khazug had once belonged to a brotherhood swallowed by the Eye of Terror. He never spoke its name. His armor retained no trace of former allegiance, only brass-edged crimson, plate, and a chain axe whose haft had been repaired so often that none of the original grip remained. "The Apostle advances first," Khazug said. On the display, crimson icons moved toward the Manufactorum district. Dark Apostle Demnos had claimed command of the assault. He had arrived at Skatak with 3 warships, hundreds of mortal devotees, and a bodyguard of corrupted Astartes, who repeated his words as though each syllable had descended from the gods. Demnos promised that Skatak would become a world-sized altar. He promised demons in the smoke, omens in the blood, and elevation for those who obeyed him. Zhufor had listened. Demnos carried a weapon worth listening for. The Apostle's right arm ended in an ancient power fist of black iron and brass. Its fingers were shaped like hooked talons, each surrounded by a field generator capable of breaking matter apart at the point of impact. A twin-barreled bolter had been built into the gauntlet above the wrist, its ammunition feed running beneath armor plates, inscribed with script too old for any living artificer to read. Demnos called it the Hand of Benediction. His warriors called it holy. Zhufor called it useful. "He wants the central avenue," Khazug said. "He wants witnesses. The armor will be concentrated there." "Yes. Then we strike beside him?" Zhufor watched Demnos's icons advance. "No, we let him be seen." The assault began beneath an artillery barrage. Macro shells fell among the manufactorums, smashing production towers apart and throwing molten machinery across entire districts. Imperial gun batteries answered from fortified loading yards. Their first salvo destroyed 2 rhinos and tore a land raider's left track from its housing. Demnos continued directly toward the enemy. His followers chanted through open vox channels as they advanced behind mortal cultists. The mortals carried banners, icons, and crude blades. Imperial heavy bolters erased them by the rank. Bodies burst across the roadway, flesh reduced to drifting red vapor around bones stripped clean by explosive rounds. The Apostles Astartes marched through their remains. Zhufor watched from the mouth of a maintenance tunnel. His berserkers waited behind him, packed shoulder to shoulder in darkness. The nails filled their squad channels with harsh breathing, muttered threats, and the scraping of chain teeth against tunnel walls. Khazug looked toward the battle raging beyond the entrance. Demnos takes the skulls. He takes the fire. The Imperial armor appeared when the Apostle reached the outer foundries. Lehman Russ battle tanks emerged from concealed bays beneath the cathedral steps. Their cannons fired almost together. The avenue vanished beneath flame and pulverized stone. Cultists became fragments. World Eaters were hurled through the air. One armored warrior struck the cathedral wall hard enough to leave his silhouette in blood before sliding into the rubble. Demnos rose from the smoke. The Apostle raised his power fist and fired its integrated bolters. Shells tore through an Imperial officer sheltering behind a tank, punching him apart from shoulder to groin. Then Demnos charged. His warriors followed, screaming prayers and challenges. The Imperial armor withdrew exactly as Zhufor expected. "They are being drawn east," Khazug said. "They believe Demnos will follow." "He will." The Apostles' force surged after the retreating tanks. Rival Khorne champions accelerated their own attacks, unwilling to let Demnos claim the first armored kills. The entire traitor assault stretched along the eastern avenue, warbands separating as each pursued a different target. The Imperial commander closed the trap. Fresh tanks moved from western bunkers. Mechanized infantry advanced behind them, threatening to cut the traitor forces away from their landing zone. Artillery shifted fire toward the exposed flanks. Karzug's axe trembled in his hands. Now! Zhufor turned into the tunnel. Now! The maintenance route carried them beneath the manufactorum. Steam filled the lower galleries. Slave workers fled before the World Eaters, only to be crushed against walls or trampled beneath armored boots. Zhufor did not allow his warriors to stop. The first berserker who broke formation to pursue the workers lost his head to Karzug's axe. The others continued. The tunnel ended beneath an Imperial vehicle depot. Zhufor placed a brass marker against the ceiling support. His warriors saw the symbol and understood. First offering. Melter charges burned through the supports. The depot floor collapsed. Tanks, repair rigs and infantry fell into the darkness amid tons of ferrocrete. Zhufor's berserkers climbed through the wreckage before the survivors could recover. Chain axes tore open crew compartments. Bolt pistols fired into vision slits. A loader tried to escape through a turret hatch and lost both arms before Karzug pulled him free by the head. Zhufor ignored the killing. He moved toward the depot doors. A control servitor hung inside an armored alcove. He tore the machine from its mount, ripped the command cables from its spinal sockets, and forced the exposed wires together. The depot doors opened behind the Imperial armored reserve. Zhufor's warriors poured into the street. Melter fire struck the rear armor of the nearest tank. Its engine compartment became white light. The turret lifted from the hull, rotated once in the air, and crushed an infantry section beneath it. The next tank attempted to reverse. Zhufor climbed onto its rear deck. His chain axe bit through the commander's hatch. The weapon bucked as its teeth struck ceramite locking bars, shedding sparks and broken links. He pulled it free, drew a grenade, and pushed the explosive through the opening. The detonation filled the interior. Blood and smoke erupted through every vision slit. Zhufor jumped down before the tank rolled into a crater. The Imperial trap collapsed upon itself. Armor that had moved to encircle Demnos now faced Khorne warriors at its rear. The Apostles' surviving followers turned and attacked from the east. Imperial infantry became trapped between rival warbands who competed to reach them first. The street disappeared beneath bodies. Zhufor fought through them with calculation. He used his pistol during the approach, killing gunners and officers before closing. His chain axe took limbs, opened torsos, and severed heads. He did not waste time upon enemies already falling. A living opponent was a threat. A dying opponent was debris. Hours later, the cathedral-sized manufactorum fell. No one knew which side destroyed its foundations. Imperial shells had struck the lower walls. Demnos's devotees had planted charges beneath the nave. Khorne demons had been seen clawing through the smoke, although the warriors describing them had later killed one another over who had witnessed the greater omen. The structure collapsed across 6 city blocks. Zhufor entered the ruins while fires still burned beneath the stone. The nails hammered inside his skull, demanding more violence. He forced the pain beneath thought. There would be survivors in the wreckage. There would also be weapons. He found Demnos beneath the remains of the central transept. The Apostle's bodyguard lay scattered around him. One had been flattened beneath a support column. Another had been cut open from throat to pelvis by a weapon that left the ceramite edges black and glassy. A third knelt without a head, hands still locked around a broken Crozius. Demnos remained alive. A slab of adamantium had crushed his legs and lower torso. Blood bubbled through his vox grill. His power fist remained raised, its field flickering around the hooked fingers. Zhufor approached. The fist's combi bolter rotated toward him. It clicked, empty. Demnos laughed wetly. Khorne sends a scavenger. Zhufor looked at the ruins around them. Khorne sent weight. The hand is sanctified. It is trapped beneath rubble. It will never answer you. Then it will learn. Demnos tried to raise his Crozius with his remaining arm. Zhufor stepped upon the wrist and crushed it against the stone. The apostle began a curse. The words shifted between low Gothic, Colchizian scripture and sounds that did not belong in a mortal throat. Shadows moved behind the broken columns. The flames bent toward Demnos as though listening. Zhufor brought his chain axe down. The blade entered beneath the apostle's shoulder and cut through the joint. Armor split. Tendons wrapped around the teeth and tore free in glistening ropes. Dark blood spread across the rubble. Demnos continued cursing him. Zhufor seized the severed arm. The power fist closed, its talons locked around his forearm. Ceramite cracked. Zhufor dropped the axe and caught the gauntlet with his free hand, but the fingers continued tightening. Warning runes flashed across his visor as the armor beneath them buckled. Reinforced bones groaned. Demnos laughed until blood drowned the sound. Zhufor tore the remaining cables from the apostle's shoulder. The fist did not release. He dragged the weapon and its severed arm through the ruins while Demnos's voice followed him. Whether the apostle died beneath the wreckage, beneath the fires, or beneath the attention of the things gathering in the shadows, Zhufor never learned. He did not look back. The armorers tried to remove the fist aboard the Wrath Unending. One lost his hand when the weapons field activated without command. Another suggested severing Zhufor's trapped forearm and replacing it with an augmetic. Zhufor killed him. He entered an empty cargo bay and ordered the doors sealed. The fist continued crushing his arm. Zhufor struck it against the bulkhead. The impact dented armor-grade steel. He struck again. The machine spirit answered with a surge through the neural contacts. Pain climbed into his shoulder and crossed his chest. Zhufor drove the fist into the wall a third time. A taloned finger punched through the metal. He tore it free and struck again. The bulkhead folded inward. Warning sirens began sounding throughout the deck. The weapon's feedback flooded his nerves, trying to reject his commands, but rejection was only another form of resistance. Zhufor understood resistance. He battered the wall until his armor ran with hydraulic fluid and blood. He continued until the fist opened. Then he closed it himself. The talons obeyed. Armorers removed Demnos's dead flesh and secured the weapon to Zhufor's plate. Its cables were fused into his control systems. The combi bolter was fed from a drum mounted beneath his elbow. Kazug watched the work. "What will you call it?" Zhufor flexed the fingers. "The Claw of Demnos. You preserve his name. I preserve his defeat." His chain axe did not survive the next campaign. The weapon broke inside an Imperial dreadnought sarcophagus, its final teeth scattering through the pilot's ruined organs. Zhufor replaced it with a power axe taken from a fallen champion. The new weapon carried a broad, dark blade surrounded by a distortion field that turned the air pale along its edge. Together, axe and claw changed the shape of his violence. Bolter fire during the approach. The axe for flesh. The claw for anything that refused to break. He crushed bunker doors inward. He caught power blades between armored talons. He tore the heads from combat walkers and reached through the openings to kill the crews. Enemy champions learned to fear the axe, then died when they committed their defense against it, and the claw closed around them. His commander did not understand what Zhufor had become. Lord Argyll ordered withdrawal from the world of Thesk after an Imperial counteroffensive shattered the warband's left flank. Transports filled with uninjured warriors, while wounded berserkers were left among the ruins. Ammunition crates recovered from the enemy remained stacked beside the landing zone because loading them would delay departure. Zhufor stood before the assault ramp. "Take the shells." Argyll's helmet turned toward him. "We take warriors. You abandon both. The wounded cannot fight. They can heal. The enemy closes." Zhufor looked toward the approaching artillery flashes. They are still beyond the ridge. Argyll raised his chain blade. "You challenge my command?" "No." The claw fired. Twin bolts struck Argyll's faceplate. One exploded inside the helmet. The other tore through his throat. Before the Lord's body fell, Zhufor caught it by the breastplate and drove the power axe through his abdomen. He lifted the corpse above the landing field. "This is not challenge," Zhufor said. "It is correction." No warrior defended Argyll. The wounded were loaded. The ammunition followed. Those saved that day became Zhufor's first true host. He taught them to obey without demanding calm. Calm was impossible. The nails punished stillness and reason. Instead, he gave their rage shape. Before each assault, brass icons were fixed to chosen objectives. One upon the outer guns, one upon the gate, one upon the command bunker. Each marker represented a separate offering. No warrior could claim the next until the first had been drowned in blood. The maddest berserkers formed the spearhead. Champions who still possessed fragments of judgment held the flanks. Khazug maintained the outer formation and killed any warrior who abandoned the marked path. The method was crude. It worked. Worlds burned in ordered stages. Then a message arrived through the warp. The Skulltakers called for warriors. They possessed ships, armor, renegade Astartes and mortal armies. Their lord promised plunder, conquest and skulls enough to build mountains before Khorne's throne. Zhufor listened to the transmission once. Khazug stood beside him upon the command deck. "You know their name?" "I know their weakness. They ask us to join them." Zhufor closed the claw of Demnos. Metal talons locked around empty air. "No." He watched the Skulltaker's coordinates burn across the display. "We are going to inherit them." Khazug Val knew a dying warband when he saw one. The Skulltakers possessed 3 strike cruisers, a grand cruiser whose spine had been broken and rebuilt around a demonic reactor, 7 escort vessels, more armored transports than Khazug's host had possessed in a century, and enough renegade Astartes to drown a continent in blood. They were still dying. Their ships hung above the world of Gathis like carrion birds circling the same corpse, engines bleeding plasma, hulls layered in scars that no one possessed the skill or discipline to repair. Vast hooks had been welded beneath their prows. Thousands of skulls swung from chains along their flanks, knocking together whenever maneuvering thrusters fired. The trophies were impressive. The failing void shields were more revealing. Khazug stood at Zhufor's right hand as the Skulltakers received them within the strategium of the Grand Cruiser Slaughterer's crown. The chamber had once belonged to an Imperial admiral. Marble saints still occupied alcoves in the walls, although their faces had been chiseled away and replaced with bronze masks shaped like snarling demons. Skulltaker champions gathered around the hololithic table. Their armor shared blood-red plate and brass edging, but common heraldry could not conceal their origins. One warrior wore the horned helm of an ancient world eater. Another carried a breastplate marked by the mutilated remains of a loyalist Aquila. A third had repainted his armor without removing the silver lightning bolts of the chapter he had betrayed. Some wore chains, some wore scripture, some wore the flayed faces of former commanders stretched across their pauldrons. They had become one warband because one lord had been strong enough to force them together. He had not remained strong enough to command them well. Lord Khorgath sat upon a throne of welded gun barrels overlooking the strategium. His armor was massive, even by the standards of the traitor legions. An iron halo rose behind his helmet, supporting 8 skulls blackened by age. His chainblade lay across his knees, a 2-handed weapon whose teeth were fashioned from sharpened fragments of adamantium. "You came," Khorgath said. Zhufor regarded him without bowing. "You called." A growl passed through the assembled champions. Khorgath leaned forward. "You stand before the crown of the Skulltakers." "I see no crown." Hands tightened around weapon grips. Khazug felt the butcher's nails bite deeper into his skull. His chainaxe hung at his side, teeth motionless, but his thumb rested against the activation stud. Khorgath rose from his throne. "You will see it when you kneel beneath it." Zhufor's taloned fist closed once. The claw of Demnos made a sound like armor plates grinding beneath a tank track. "We came to fight," Zhufor said, "not to perform for you." For several heartbeats, Khazug expected the strategium to become a charnel chamber. Then Khorgath laughed. His champions followed a moment later, uncertain whether the sound was amusement or permission to kill. "There will be fighting," Khorgath said. "The Imperial dogs hold the bastion of St. Barabbas. Its guns deny us the western continent. We have assaulted it 9 times. And failed 9 times, Zhufor said. The laughter stopped. Khorgath descended from his throne. Tomorrow we break it. Zhufor looked across the hololithic projection. The bastion rose. Upon a volcanic ridge, its walls sunk deep into black rock. Defense lasers occupied the upper towers. Macro cannon batteries covered the central approach. Ammunition silos and vehicle depots sat behind the western curtain wall, connected to the command bunker by armored transit galleries. Khazug saw the same weakness Zhufor saw. The Skulltakers had attacked the central gate every time. The wreckage of their previous assaults formed a road toward it. Khorgath pointed at the gate. "My host strikes here. Your warriors will advance beside mine." "No," Zhufor said. The Skulltakers shifted around the chamber. Khorgath's voice lowered. "You refuse battle. I refuse waste. Your warriors will take the gate. Mine will seize the western stores. The silos are not the heart of the fortress. They are the blood." Khorgath stepped close enough that the horns of his helmet almost touched Zhufor's bare head. "I command this war." Zhufor met the lenses of the larger warrior. "Then command it." He turned away. Khazug followed him from the strategium, feeling the eyes of every Skulltaker upon their backs. They were halfway to the embarkation decks when he spoke. "He will kill you." Zhufor continued walking. "Eventually, you insulted him before his champions. I showed them he could be insulted." Khazug considered the warriors gathered around the table. Some had watched Khorgath. Others had watched Zhufor. A few had watched the exits and ammunition displays. "You were counting loyalties," Khazug said. "I was counting ownership." Zhufor stopped beside an observation port. Beyond the armor glass, the Slaughterer's crown turned slowly above Gathis. Assault craft moved between the warships like insects feeding upon a carcass. "The horned champion controls the forward armories," Zhufor said. "The warrior with the silver-marked plate commands the second cruiser. The one wearing scripture owns nothing, but 6 squads answer when he moves. And Khorgath? Khorgath owns the throne. That is enough. Until someone else sits upon it." During the hours before the assault, Zhufor moved through the Skulltakers' lower decks without announcing inspection or demanding obeisance. Khazug followed. They visited armories where slaves counted bolt shells beneath armed supervision. They watched armorers replace damaged fiber bundles with wiring stripped from captured vessels. They crossed vehicle bays filled with rhinos, predators and land raiders in varying states of decay. Zhufor asked questions. How many transports could reach the surface? Which crews possessed functioning neural links? Which magazines held crack missiles? Which champions had first claim upon replacement plate? He did not ask Khorgath. He asked the warriors who performed the work. By the time the descent sirens sounded, Zhufor knew which slaves could repair engines, which shipmaster feared Khorgath, which champion had been denied ammunition after the last assault, and which squads had begun killing their own serfs for lack of enemies. Khazug understood then. The battle for the Skulltakers had already begun. Most of them simply had not been told. Gathis received the armies of Khorne beneath a sky choked with ash. Thunderhawks and corrupted assault landers plunged through anti-aircraft fire toward the volcanic ridge. Defense lasers tore one transport apart before it crossed the clouds. Burning wreckage scattered across the mountainside, carrying armored warriors and mortal crew into the rock at killing speed. Khorgath's host landed before the central approach. His banner rose amid the smoke, an iron crown mounted above a mountain of skulls. Hundreds of Skulltakers assembled behind him. The macro cannon batteries opened fire. The first shell struck the ground before the formation and excavated a crater broad enough to swallow a hab block. The pressure wave threw berserkers from their feet. The second hit among the mortal auxiliaries following the Astartes, reducing entire companies to pulverized flesh and shredded uniforms. Khorgath raised his chainblade. "Blood for the blood god!" The cry rolled across the ridge. The Skulltakers charged. Khazug watched from the western ravine. Zhufor's warriors waited among basalt columns, sheltered from the fortress guns. Mortal thralls carried melter charges forward beneath the supervision of 2 berserker champions. Far above, Khorgath's assault struck the killing ground before the central gate. Heavy bolters opened from concealed embrasures. Explosive rounds tore through the advancing renegades. Even power armor could not endure the concentration of fire forever. One skull-taker lost a leg and continued crawling toward the wall. Another vanished when a defense laser struck his torso and burned him into a column of incandescent vapor. Khorgath did not slow. His loyal bodyguard advanced around him in a wedge, using their own warriors as moving cover. Khazug's helm received an incoming transmission. "Zhufor," Khorgath's voice growled. "Advance." Zhufor stood beside the ravine wall, watching range markers crawl across his visor. "Not yet. The gate is before us. So are the guns. I did not call you here to watch. No, you called because you could not win." Khorgath broke the transmission. A moment later, the fortress artillery altered its pattern. The western batteries fired toward the central assault. Their barrels turned away from the ravine. Zhufor raised one taloned finger. "First marker." Khazug struck the activation rune. Brass icons ignited upon his warriors' tactical displays. The first had been planted beneath the external ammunition silos. The berserkers moved. Mortal thralls sprinted ahead, melter charges clutched against their chests. Autocannon fire found them halfway across the open ground. One man lost his upper body in a burst of shells, but his legs continued forward for several steps. Another fell with his abdomen opened and dragged himself across the stone, leaving loops of intestine behind him. He reached the wall. His charge burned. White light ate through the armored gate. Zhufor's warriors entered the breach before the molten metal had cooled. The first berserker lost half his face to a Lascannon shot. The warriors behind him used his falling body as cover and killed the gun crew with bolt pistols. Khazug reached the silos. He buried his chain axe in the first defender's chest and drove the warrior backward into the ammunition lift. The teeth passed through ribcage, lungs and spine. Blood sprayed across stacks of macroshell casings. "Do not fire into the stores," he voxed. "Blades only." The berserkers obeyed because Zhufor had promised to kill any warrior who detonated the prize. The fighting became intimate. A skull-taker tore an Imperial soldier's arms from their sockets and beat another man to death with them. Khazug split a gunner from collarbone to hip, then kicked the two halves apart before the chain teeth could bind in the pelvis. Within minutes, the silos belonged to them. The second marker awakened. Vehicle bays. Melter teams burned through the inner doors while Khorgath's assault continued dying before the central gate. The Lord transmitted again. "Reinforce me." Zhufor examined the tactical display. Khorgath's bodyguard had been reduced by half. The central guns continued firing. The defenders had committed reserves to the gate and silos, leaving the command bunker protected by only its internal garrison. "Hold your position," Zhufor said. "You give no orders to me. Then die without them." Zhufor closed the channel. Khazug looked at him. "You wait for the guns to kill his loyalists. I wait for them to leave witnesses." The vehicle bays fell next. Captured crews were dragged from chimeras and maintenance tractors. Those who resisted were butchered. Those who raised empty hands were chained beside their machines. Zhufor ordered the land raiders left untouched. A warrior whose nails had consumed what remained of judgment swung his axe toward a tank's track assembly. Khazug killed him before the blow landed. The axe entered the warrior's spine beneath his power pack. Khazug tore it upward, opening the backplate and exposing both lungs. "No waste," he said. The corpse collapsed. No one else touched the vehicles. The third marker awakened inside the bastion. The teleport beacon. Zhufor had hidden it among the melter charges. The air above the shattered western wall began to scream. Lightning crawled across the courtyard. Reality buckled inward. Shapes formed within the distortion, vast and armored, their outlines appearing in pieces before becoming solid. Tactical dreadnought plates struck the ground. Zhufor emerged first. The claw of Demnos fired as he materialized. Twin bolts struck the bunker's observation slit and detonated among the officers behind it. Blood and glass erupted from the opening. 4 Terminator-armored champions appeared around him, warriors whose plate had been assembled from ancient suits and scavenged components. One arrived with an arm fused into his own breastplate. He roared once before the malfunctioning teleport field collapsed his torso. The others advanced. Khazug led the berserkers from the vehicle bay and struck the courtyard at the same moment. Khorgath finally broke the central gate. He entered with fewer than a score of his original bodyguard. The fortress command bunker stood before him. Zhufor reached it first. The claw closed around the armored door. Power fields screamed. Adamantium distorted beneath the talons. Zhufor tore the entire portal from its frame and hurled it through the defenders inside. His power axe followed. An Imperial officer raised a plasma pistol. The blade removed his weapon arm, crossed his chest and severed him beneath the ribs. His upper body struck the tactical table while his legs remained standing. Zhufor crushed the Vox station with the claw. The defense guns fell silent. Across the bastion, skull-takers began roaring in triumph. Khorgath entered the bunker. His armor was cracked. Blood ran from a split in his gorget. Only 6 members of his bodyguard remained with him. "You delayed," he said. Zhufor turned. "Yes." Understanding came slowly. Khorgath looked beyond Zhufor, toward Khazug and the warriors filling the bunker entrance. Some bore Zhufor's personal markings. Others were skull-takers who had been denied ammunition, transports, or honor beneath Khorgath's rule. The horned armory champion knelt first. The others watched him. Khorgath raised his chain blade. "Treachery." "Correction," Zhufor said. Khorgath's bodyguard moved. Khazug killed the nearest. His axe struck beneath the warrior's shoulder and tore through the torso. The victim's arm remained attached to the weapon as Khazug ripped it free, spilling lungs and broken ribs across the floor. The bunker became a slaughterhouse. Zhufor did not join it. He watched Khorgath. The skull-taker's lord pointed his chain blade toward him. "By the eightfold law, I name challenge, blade against blade, witnessed beneath the gaze of Khorne." Zhufor stepped over the dismembered Imperial commander. "Khorne measures no law." Khorgath charged. His chain blade descended with enough force to split a dreadnought. Zhufor caught it in the claw. The adamantium teeth shrieked against the power field. The weapon's motor howled as Khorgath forced it downward. Zhufor's arms sank, servos grinding beneath the strain. Khorgath roared through his Vox grill. Zhufor twisted his fist. The chain blade's housing cracked. The claw closed. Metal folded around the teeth. Drive gears burst through the casing. The weapon tore itself apart in Khorgath's hands, showering the chamber with red-hot fragments. Zhufor struck once with the haft of his axe. The blow broke Khorgath's knee. The lord fell. "You owe me terms," Khorgath said. Zhufor placed the claw around his helmet. "No." The talons tightened, ceramite fractured. Khorgath screamed as the first finger penetrated an eye lens. Blood streamed down his breastplate. Another talon punched through the side of the helmet and entered the skull above the ear. The claw closed completely. The helmet collapsed. Bone cracked like brittle stone. Brain matter, blood and splinters of armor burst between the talons. Khorgath's body convulsed, then sagged beneath Zhufor's grip. Zhufor released him. The ruined head struck the floor as a shapeless mass inside crushed brass. Silence spread through the bunker. Zhufor looked at the surviving champions. "Kneel." The horned armory master was already on one knee. Others followed. A ship commander removed his helmet and bowed his scarred head. The scripture-covered champion knelt after assessing how many weapons pointed toward him. 3 hesitated. Zhufor offered no second command. They were dragged outside. The sharpened tank traps before the central gate still stood beneath piles of Imperial dead. Khazug watched as the dissenters were stripped of weapons and lifted by chains. Their enhanced bodies fought the machinery, but they could not overcome Land Raider winches. The first was lowered onto an iron spike. It entered beneath his pelvis and emerged through his abdomen. His armor trapped the displaced organs inside, forcing them upward until blood erupted from his throat. The second tried to curse Zhufor. The spike passed through his mouth and shattered the back of his helmet. The third lasted longest. He hung impaled through the lower spine, while the nails kept him conscious, roaring threats until his lungs filled with blood. The entire warband was ordered to watch. Khazug understood the lesson. Submission preserved command. Hesitation prolonged death. Zhufor did not punish without meaning. every corpse was a sentence written in meat. Within days, the Skull Takers changed. The oldest suits of tactical dreadnought armor were recovered from sealed vaults. Plates were repaired, repainted, and distributed among the strongest champions. Khazug received a suit whose right pauldron had once belonged to a loyalist First Company veteran. The old heraldry had been burned away, leaving only scarred ceramite beneath the new brass trim. Zhufor named them the Blood Cult. They received first claim upon ammunition, repairs, and war gear. They also stood closest to him. Privilege and danger became the same honor. The berserkers were divided according to what remained of their reason. Those most consumed by the nails became breach troops. Veterans capable of recognizing objectives guarded armor and transports. The Blood Cult struck command posts, shield generators, and enemy champions. Captured mortal crews maintained the vehicles. One slave overseer requested permission to increase rations for the armorers. A berserker laughed and asked why slaves deserved meat. Zhufor answered by driving the claw through the warrior's chest. Dead specialists repair nothing. The armorers received additional food. No one questioned the order again. The emissary of Abaddon arrived before the blood had dried upon Korgath's throne. He wore black Terminator plate edged in gold, one pauldron bearing the Eye of Horus. His name was Malgar Threx, and he entered the strategium with 6 Black Legion warriors at his back. Zhufor sat upon the welded throne. Korgath's crushed helmet rested beneath one armored boot. Threx looked at it. The despoiler sent his summons to the Lord of the Skull Takers. Zhufor leaned forward. He has arrived. You killed an asset of the Black Crusade. I improved it. Threx surveyed the assembled champions, repaired displays, and newly organized command crews. Perhaps he recognized the truth. Perhaps he simply accepted what could no longer be changed. Abaddon offers armories, transport capacity, and intelligence, the emissary said. In return, the Skull Takers will serve his design. Zhufor's gaze remained fixed upon him. We serve the Blood God. You will serve the War Master's war. Abaddon may point the weapon. The claw of Demnos closed around the arm of the throne. But Khorne owns it. Threx allowed the declaration to stand. The hololithic table awakened. A world appeared above it, grey beneath clouds of ash and artillery smoke. Trench lines encircled a citadel whose walls crossed mountains. Supply vaults and armories extended deep beneath the surface. Vrax, Threx said, an Imperial armory world. Its rebellion has become a siege. Its fall will tear open supply routes near the Eye and bleed the Imperium of men, weapons, and time. Strategic runes multiplied across the projection. Millions of soldiers, underground arsenals, rival warlords, a throne surrounded by guns. Khazug looked toward Zhufor. The new lord of the Skull Takers was not watching the trenches. He was watching the citadel. Vrax had ceased to be a world. It was a weapon pointed outward from the Eye of Terror, an iron sphere whose continents had been excavated, plated, mined and chained to the service of war. Trench systems divided the wastelands into geometric scars visible from orbit. Redoubts crowned every ridge. Artillery pits filled extinct riverbeds. Fortress walls rose from mountains whose interiors had been hollowed into magazines large enough to feed crusades. Beneath the surface lay generations of Imperial armament. Shells slept in underground vaults by the million. Lasgun cells stood stacked in catacombs where no natural light had shone for centuries. Tanks waited beneath preservative shrouds. Promethium reservoirs extended below the crust like buried seas. Everything upon Vrax had been built to be spent elsewhere. Now it was being spent upon itself. For more than a decade, the siege had devoured men and machines without measurable mercy. The deathcore of Krieg advanced in increments, counted by ruined trenches and filled graves. The renegades of Vrax fell back through defense lines designed to survive planetary invasion. Every bastion taken exposed another behind it. Every minefield cleared revealed guns already sighted upon the breach. Millions fought across a horizon that never stopped burning. Watchmaster Karsk stood upon the firing step of trenchline Vaughan and watched the heavens open. The mask of his rebreather concealed everything human about his face. Round glass lenses reflected the red glare above. His greatcoat was grey beneath dust, blood, and powdered ferrocrete. A lasgun hung against his chest on a worn sling, its wooden furniture polished smooth by years of gloved handling. Around him, the soldiers of the 143rd Krieg Regiment raised their heads from the trench. No one spoke. The sky was full of ships. They came through the upper atmosphere trailing fire, hundreds of black shapes descending among broken clouds. Some were transports, others were gunships, corrupted landers, and armoured assault craft whose hulls carried brass sigils visible even through the smoke. Behind them, far higher, hung the silhouettes of the Chaos Fleet. The orbital defence lasers fired. A white beam cut through the clouds and struck the first descending cruiser amidships. Void shields flared, collapsed, and vanished. The beam passed through the vessel's armour and opened its spine from prow to engines. The cruiser came apart. Burning decks separated in the sky. Men, machines, and ammunition spilled into the atmosphere. The wreckage struck the world across scores of kilometres, each impact raising a black column from the waste. A second defence beam caught an assault transport during descent. Its armoured prow vanished. The rear half continued downward, spinning end over end, engines firing without guidance. It struck beyond the Krieg lines and erupted with enough force to shake soil from the trench walls. Karsk lowered his magnoculars. "Signal battery command," he said. Vox Trooper Meln adjusted the dials on his field set. "Signal ready. Enemy atmospheric insertion. Western landing zone. Estimate mass deployment. Request revised fire table. Transmitting." Karsk looked east. The first traitor craft were already reaching the ground. Zhufor watched thousands die and counted what survived. He stood upon the assault ramp of the Skulltaker's Land Raider while the heavy transport descended within the armoured hold of a corrupted bulk lander. Warning runes burned across his helm display. The craft shook as defence fire struck its outer hull. Above the tactical feed, casualty icons multiplied. 1 transport destroyed. 2 gunships lost. 3 Rhino carriers falling beyond the planned zone. A strike cruiser crippled in the upper atmosphere. Zhufor dismissed the dead. He marked the living. 4 Land Raiders intact. 11 Rhinos answering command signals. 7 ammunition carriers confirmed. 3 teleport beacons functioning. 2 armory servitor contingents survived. Karzuk Val stood beside him in repaired Terminator plate. 1 gauntlet locked around a restraint rail. "The eastern carrier is breaking apart," Karzuk said. "Let it fall. It holds more than 400 mortal troops. It holds no ammunition." The lander struck the surface. Impact restraints locked. The deck buckled beneath Zhufor's boots. Somewhere behind the Land Raider, chained mortal crewmen screamed as unsecured equipment crushed them against the bulkheads. The assault ramp opened before the dust had settled. Wracks lay beyond. The landscape was dead from horizon to horizon. Trenches carved the earth in parallel lines, some occupied, others filled with corpses or collapsed beneath artillery fire. Defensive emplacements rose between shell craters. Wrecked tanks stood half buried in mud that had not known rain for generations. Artillery flashes burned along the distant ridge. Zhufor enlarged the image. Earthshaker guns. Their barrels were adjusting toward the landing. "Zone. Deploy," he ordered. The Skulltakers moved before the lander's engines had cooled. Rhinos roared down the ramps, tracks crushing bodies and supply crates alike. Land Raiders followed, their heavy hulls settling into the ash. Mortal auxiliaries spilled from damaged transports in disordered masses, driven forward by chain-wielding enforcers. A Vraxian commander approached Zhufor beneath a ragged banner bearing the defaced symbols of the Imperium. "My lord," the mortal said, "the Citadel commands all newly landed forces to reinforce the inner defense perimeter." Zhufor turned his helmet toward the artillery ridge. The Earthshaker barrels continued to elevate. "No. The Cardinal's order is absolute." The claw of Demnos closed around the commander's head. For an instant, the man remained upright, his hands lifting toward the talons enclosing his skull. Zhufor tightened his fist. Bone collapsed. Blood burst through the eyes and mouth. The skull flattened inside the officer's helmet, until grey matter leaked through the grill beneath his chin. Zhufor dropped the body. "Advance upon the guns!" The Vraxian enforcers began driving their labor companies ahead of the armor. Karsk received the revised fire table as the first enemy wave crossed the western mine belt. He studied the figures projected upon a stained parchment slate. "Battery range correction confirmed," Mellon said. "Time until displacement?" 11 minutes. Karsk looked along the trench. 37 Krieg infantry held the section. 3 heavy stubbers occupied reinforced firing bays. A Lascanon team waited beneath camouflage netting farther north. Ammunition crates stood open beside every position. Behind the line, 6 Earthshakers continued firing. Their crews worked in silence, loading shell after shell beneath the shouted cadence of the gun captains. "Section orders," Karsk said. The soldiers turned their masked faces toward him. "Primary objective is protection of the batteries for 11 minutes. Heavy weapons engage massed infantry. Lasgun ranks withhold fire until effective range. Lascanon remains concealed until armored targets cross the second marker." No one asked whether withdrawal was possible. "Fallback route?" asked Trooper Hale. "Communication trench south. Secondary position at Redoubt Kappa. Time of withdrawal?" "On command, not before." Hale nodded once. The labor companies entered the minefield. They came in ranks too dense for the ground before them. Men in torn work uniforms carried autoguns, picks, axes, and lengths of sharpened metal. Some wore explosive collars. Others had devotional pages nailed through their skin. Enforcers walked behind them with pistols raised. The first mine detonated beneath the center rank. Bodies rose in pieces. One man's legs vanished above the knees. His upper body struck the ground several meters away, arms clawing at the ash while blood pulsed from the stumps. Another worker was opened from groin to throat by a storm of fragments, his organs spilling between his hands as those behind trampled him into the earth. More mines exploded. The Vraxians continued forward. "Range," Karsk said. 500 meters. Hold. The labor troops filled the mine belt. Each detonation revealed another path through the concealed explosives. The living followed through the remains of the dead, stepping upon torsos, severed limbs, and open rib cages because flesh did not trigger the pressure plates beneath it. Behind them, Skulltaker armor advanced through the smoke. 400 meters! Hold! The heavy stubber crews tightened their grips. 300 meters! Karsk raised one hand. The Vraxian front rank ran screaming toward the wire. Fire! The trench erupted. Heavy stubbers hammered from their bays. The first burst cut through 6 men. Rounds entered bodies, tore them open and continued into those behind. Blood mist drifted across the advancing ranks. Lasguns fired in measured volleys. Red beams crossed the wasteland. Flesh blackened. Eyes burst. A Vraxian enforcer lost half his face and continued walking until another beam entered his mouth and burned through the back of his skull. The labor wave did not reach the wire. The next wave did. They fell upon it in heaps, flesh tangled around barbs, bodies piling high enough for those behind to climb across. Karsk watched the smoke. The enemy armor had stopped, not retreated. Stopped. "Why are they holding?" Meln asked. "They are measuring." The first rhino moved. It crossed the mine belt along a path marked by Vraxian corpses. Then another followed. The labor troops had not been an assault. They had been range finders. "Lascanon team," Karsk said. "Lead transport. Fire." The hidden weapon discharged. A lance of white energy struck the rhino's frontal plate. Armor vaporized. The beam passed through the troop compartment and ruptured the engine. The transport split open, spilling burning berserkers into the ash. They rose. One had lost an arm. Another burned from waist to shoulder. Both began running. "Armored infantry," Karsk said. "Concentrate fire. The trench obeyed. Last bolts struck the charging warriors and reflected from their plate. Heavy stubber rounds sparked against ceramite. One berserker fell when repeated impacts shattered his knee, but he continued dragging himself forward, chain axe cutting furrows in the ground. The land raiders opened fire. Lascannons struck the Krieg positions. The northern emplacement vanished. Men, sandbags, and sections of trench wall became incandescent debris. An autocannon swept the firing step, cutting Trooper Hale in half. His torso struck Karsk's shoulder before falling into the trench bottom, intestines trailing from the opened abdomen. Karsk stepped over him. 7 minutes, Mellon reported. The wire exploded. Melter charges opened gaps through steel and bodies. The Skulltakers came through. They moved with a speed that made their armor seem weightless. Chain axes struck gun shields and carved through them. One berserker landed inside the southern firing bay and buried his weapon in the heavy stubber operator. The rotating teeth dragged the gunner across the mounting, opening his chest and pulling strips of lung through the wound. A Krieg trooper fired at point-blank range. The last bolt scorched the traitor's gorget. The berserker caught him by the arm and forced it into the heavy stubber's breech. Bones cracked inside the greatcoat sleeve. He activated the weapon's loading mechanism. Metal closed around the limb. The trooper's hand and forearm were crushed into wet pulp inside the feed assembly. The chain axe took his head before he could fall. Karsk fired twice into the berserker's damaged gorget. The first shot deepened the burn. The second passed through. The traitor staggered, blood boiling from his throat. Karsk stepped forward and drove his bayonet beneath the jaw, forcing the blade through the skull until its point struck the inside of the helmet. He placed one boot against the corpse and pulled the weapon free. 5 minutes. More World Eaters entered the trench. Behind them came something larger. Zhufor emerged through the smoke. His Terminator armor was red beneath soot and blood, every plate edged in brass. The power axe in his right hand burned with a pale distortion field. The claw of Demnos fired from his left. Twin bolts struck a Krieg weapons team. One shell entered the loader's chest and detonated between his lungs, throwing ribs and organs across the gun shield. The second tore the gunner's head from his shoulders, leaving the lower jaw hanging from the rebreather hose. The surviving heavy stubber team rotated its weapon toward Zhufor. They fired. Rounds struck his breastplate in a sustained burst. Ceramite fractured. Brass trim broke away. The impacts drove him backward by half a step. He continued advancing. The gunner held the triggers down until the barrels glowed. Zhufor reached the emplacement. The claw closed around the gunner's torso. Power fields shrieked. The Krieg soldier's ribs folded inward. His spine snapped. Zhufor drove the collapsing body into the heavy stubber's open breach, forcing meat, cloth, and shattered bone into the mechanism until the weapon jammed. The officer commanding the emplacement drew a chainsword. Zhufor's axe crossed once. The blade passed through the officer's shoulder, lungs, and abdomen. His body opened diagonally. The upper section slid from the hips and struck the trench wall in a flood of blood. Karsk saw the traitor lord turn toward him. For one heartbeat, their lenses met across the dead. "Withdraw!" Karsk ordered. Meln stared at the chrono. 2 minutes remain. The guns have begun displacement. That was not true. The Earthshakers continued firing behind them. Karsk knew the section would not survive another 2 minutes. He also knew the guns required them. "Southern communication trench," he said. "Wounded first. Heavy weapons destroy in place." The Death Corps withdrew without haste. Each surviving soldier fired, moved, and fired again. The Skulltakers followed through the trench, killing those who stumbled. One Krieg trooper lost a leg to a chain axe and detonated his own grenades as 3 berserkers passed him. The blast filled the trench with armor fragments and burning flesh. Karsk reached the communication junction as the Earthshakers fired their final salvo. Then the guns fell silent. The batteries had not moved. Their crews remained at their stations. Zhufor found them minutes later. The Krieg artillerymen had drawn pistols and entrenching tools. They fought among the gun pits until the skull-takers pulled them down. Some were dismembered, others were beaten senseless and chained beside the weapons. Karzug approached Zhufor. "The guns are intact. Turn them. The crews refuse." Zhufor looked toward the surviving artillerymen. One gun captain knelt with both arms broken. Another had lost his rebreather mask, exposing a face grey with chemical scarring. Zhufor pointed toward the Earthshaker's recoil assembly. "Place the first there." The skull-takers dragged a loader beneath the mechanism. Chains secured him across the rails. Karzog leaned close to the gun captain. "You will calculate new firing solutions." The captain spat blood onto his boots. Karzog signaled the crew. The Earthshaker fired. The recoil mechanism travelled backward. The chained loader ceased to be a man. His body burst beneath the machinery, flesh spreading across the rails in a steaming layer. Bone fragments struck the gun shield. Blood ran from the assembly in narrow streams. Karzug looked at the captain again. "New firing solutions." The Krieg officer gave them. Before nightfall, Imperial shells were falling upon Imperial trenches. Zhufor ordered the captured dead and wounded raised above the parapet on sharpened lengths of steel. Field telephone cables remained connected to the mouths of those still capable of speech. Across the line, Krieg Command listened. One prisoner screamed as the spike settled deeper through his abdomen. Another recited his identification number until blood filled his lungs. Zhufor took the handset. "Advance," he said. "Recover your dead." No answer came. "Come for them." Silence. The Krieg did not advance. They listened until the last prisoner stopped breathing. Within the citadel, Cardinal Zafan received news of the victory beneath vaulted ceilings, painted with saints whose faces had been changed to resemble his own. "The gods have sent us a champion," Zafan proclaimed. "A red angel to cast down the faithless." Deacon Maimon watched from beside the throne, his expression hidden within the shadow of his hood. Arcos the Faithless stood farther back. The Alpha Legion Lord said nothing. He had studied the casualty reports, the captured guns, and the direction of Zhufor's advance. He understood the difference between a defender and a conqueror. Zhufor stood upon the captured ridge as darkness settled over Vrax. Through magnocular feeds, the citadel filled his vision. Walls, gates, armories, transit tunnels, garrison barracks, command towers. Karzug came to stand beside him. "Zafan rules from there." Zhufor lowered the magnoculars. "No." The distant fortress burned beneath the artillery flashes. "He occupies it." The Imperium reclaimed ground by erasing it. For 9 days, the guns of Krieg fired without interruption. Basilisk batteries hammered the outer Vraxian trenches until parapets, firing steps and bodies became one churned mass of mud and powdered bone. Bombards dropped heavy shells behind the lines, crushing dugouts beneath waves of earth. Medusas fired directly into bunkers at ranges so close that their crews could see fragments of armor turning through the smoke. Manticores added their voices at dawn. Storm Eagle rockets screamed over the wasteland in clustered flights, separated above their targets and descended through the clouds like burning meteors. Entire redoubts vanished beneath the impacts. Men standing several hundred meters away were found dead without visible wounds, their organs pulped by pressure. Mortars maintained the killing between the heavier salvos. There was nowhere upon the western front where the earth did not tremble. The Vraxian officers sent report after report to the citadel. Outer line Tarvos had lost half its defenders. The Raukos salient had been abandoned. Redoubt 19 no longer existed. Imperial armor was probing the corridors opened by the bombardment. Cardinal Zafan demanded that the skull-takers be divided among the threatened sectors. Zhufor refused every order. He stood beneath the surface of Vrax, inside an armor depot whose vaulted ceiling disappeared into darkness. Land raiders rested between pillars broad enough to support hive towers. Rhinos sat upon maintenance cradles, while chained crews checked tracks, fuel lines, and reactor housings. Artillery shook dust from the roof. Each impact sounded distant beneath several hundred meters of rock. A Vraxian lieutenant waited before Zhufor with a, "The Cardinal requires your warriors at 3 separate defense points." Zhufor studied the tactical display projected across the depot wall. Red Imperial runes moved slowly into the space, abandoned by the outer trenches. "No. The western line will break. It has already broken. Then we must reinforce it." Zhufor turned his helm toward the lieutenant. "If I place my warriors in your trenches, the guns will bury them. If I divide them, the tanks will isolate them. Your Cardinal asks me to feed Astartes into the enemy's artillery tables. The order comes from the Citadel. The Citadel does not command me." The lieutenant's mouth tightened. Zhufor watched the mortal decide whether duty outweighed survival. It did not. The officer bowed and left. Karzug Val approached from among the land raiders. The blood cult champion had removed his helmet, exposing a head crossed by ritual scars and the metal ridges of cranial implants. "The Vraxians say the front is empty. The Vraxians are standing in it. They will not hold. They need not." Above them, the bombardment continued. Zhufor enlarged the map. The Krieg spearhead had advanced beyond the old gun line. Armored companies moved through the breach in staggered columns. Infantry followed through the shell fields, slower than the tanks because men could not cross ruined ground at the pace of engines. The distance between them widened with every kilometer. "Where?" Karzug asked. Zhufor marked a narrow stretch of broken terrain between 2 ridges. "Here, the Red Road." The designation had once belonged to a supply route connecting the outer batteries with the buried magazines. Years of bombardment had stripped away its paving. The road now existed only as a shallow depression among shell craters, wrecked vehicles and trenches filled with red mud. "The Imperial tanks will pass the second marker before nightfall," Zhufor said. "Their infantry will remain behind the eastern ridge. Their guns will shift forward to maintain range." Karzug studied the lower routes. "You intend to move through the service galleries?" "Yes. Their aircraft will see the militia line weakening." "They must." "And when the armor enters?" Zhufor looked toward the rows of waiting transports. "We close the road." Watchmaster Karsk stood beneath a sky turned black by chemical smoke. The respirator mask over his face filtered ash, corpse gas, and the metallic vapor rising from thousands of shell craters. His wounded left shoulder had been bound beneath his greatcoat. Every time he raised his lasgun, dried blood cracked beneath the bandages. The remnants of his section occupied a forward trench overlooking the Red Road. 9 soldiers remained. 2 carried lasguns repaired with parts taken from the dead. 1 bore the section's field vox upon his back. Another had lost 3 fingers, but could still operate the captured heavy stubber mounted beneath a sheet of corrugated plasteel. They had received replacements at dawn. 7 men from a regiment Karsk did not recognize. By midday, only 2 were alive. The others lay beneath the collapsed northern revetment, where a mortar shell had buried them before their names entered the section ledger. Vox Trooper Meln adjusted the receiver. "Armored elements report. Progress. Distance? Lead vehicles approaching the second line marker. Infantry support? Delayed." Karsk raised his magnoculars. Lehman Russ tanks advanced along the Red Road. Their hulls were grey beneath dust. Turrets turned towards suspected firing points. Chimeras followed behind them, tracks chewing through shattered earth. Farther south, Death Riders moved between the craters. The cavalrymen wore long coats and sealed masks, their chemically hardened mounts leaping trenches and wreckage with unnatural endurance. Lances rested against their shoulders. Each rider appeared briefly through the smoke before vanishing again. Beyond them, something immense strode through the haze. A warhound titan. Its armored legs carried it above the battlefield like a predatory shrine. A plasma blast gun hung beneath one shoulder. A Vulcan megabolter rotated beneath the other. Another warhound answered from the Vraxian lines. The traitor engine emerged between ruined bunkers, armor daubed with symbols that hurt the eyes. Its horn sounded across the plain. The two god machines fired. Night became white. The Imperial Titan's plasma blast struck the ridge behind its enemy and turned rock into a wave of liquid fire. The traitor warhound's turbo laser cut across the Imperial void shields, each impact creating a blue dome visible for kilometers. Men died beneath them, without either engine noticing. Karsk lowered the magnoculars. "Forward command," Mellon said. "Order follows. Maintain observation. Report enemy armor and infantry concentrations. Withdrawal only on code black." "Confirm." "Confirmed." Karsk looked west. The Vraxian trenches appeared weak. Too weak. Aerial picked feeds showed militia abandoning exposed positions. No traitor Astartes had been sighted since the previous day. The Skulltaker banners were gone from the ridge. Karsk remembered the first assault. Corpses had marked the mines. Smoke had concealed armor. The apparent attack had been the measurement preceding the real one. "Transmit caution to Armored Command," he said. "Basis? Enemy heavy infantry absent. Likely concealed." Meln sent the warning. No reply returned. On the far side of the Red Road, thousands of Vraxian militia climbed from their trenches. They advanced in dense formation beneath banners, bearing the broken Aquila and the icons of Cardinal Zafan. Labor troops filled the first ranks. Renegade soldiers followed behind them with autoguns and las rifles. Altered Ogryns moved among the columns, their shoulders plated with scrap metal, their limbs swollen by chemical grafts. Rogue psychers walked in chains between enforcers. Lightning crawled across their shaved skulls. The militia officers had been told they were launching a counterattack to reclaim the road. Zhufor had told them nothing else. Karzug watched them advance through a magnocular slit cut into the depot doors. They will all die. Yes. Some could be used in the breach. They are being used. The first Imperial barrage fell. Vraxian soldiers disappeared beneath black fountains of earth. Basilisk shells landed among the rear ranks, throwing men and weapons into the air. Mortar fire walked across the formation. Shrapnel cut faces apart and opened abdomens through cloth uniforms. The militia continued. Enforcers shot those who turned back. The altered Ogryns charged ahead, ignoring wounds that would have killed ordinary men. One lost half his lower jaw to a heavy bolter and kept running, tongue hanging across his chest as blood poured into his lungs. The Imperial tanks stopped. Turrets rotated. Battle cannons fired into the advancing mass. Bodies came apart in waves. The Vraxian counterattack became a broad screen of smoke, pulverized soil, and human remains. Beneath the ground, engines awakened. Land raiders advanced through forgotten service roads, whose ceilings scraped their hulls. Rhinos followed nose to tail. Their exhaust filled the tunnels with black fumes. Mortal crews drove by memorized route because auspex and navigation systems failed beneath the layered fortifications. The roar of their engines would have carried through the earth. The bombardment above consumed the sound. Karzug stood within the lead land raider beside Zhufor and the blood cult. "The artillery wastes shells upon slaves," he said. Zhufor checked the load indicator on the claw of Demnos. "A shell fired at them cannot be fired at us." The service doors opened behind the Imperial spearhead. Melter charges destroyed the locks. The reinforced gates folded outward beneath white fire. The Skulltakers emerged. Their first shots struck the Imperial support column. Melter beams cut through fuel carriers and ammunition haulers. One tanker erupted, spilling burning promethium across the road. Crewmen escaped through the hatches and ignited as soon as they entered the air. A command Chimera attempted to turn. A Skulltaker Rhino rammed it broadside. Berserkers climbed onto the immobilized vehicle before the track stopped moving. Chain axes struck the roof hatch. Teeth tore through metal, caught, then ripped free amid showers of sparks. The crew fired pistols through the opening. A berserker thrust his arm inside. Something severed his hand. He laughed and pushed the bleeding stump through the breach, forcing it against the face of the man below. Another warrior widened the opening. Chain axes entered the darkness. Screams came from inside the chimera. The hull rocked as the enclosed crew were cut apart. Zhufor moved past them. His Land Raider fired into the rear of a Lehman Russ. The Lascanon beam penetrated the engine compartment. Flames erupted beneath the turret ring. The tank continued rolling for several meters before the ammunition ignited and lifted the turret from the hull. Imperial armor tried to disperse. The road confined it. Wrecked support vehicles blocked the east. The Skull-Takers held the west. Vraxian militia and their dead choked the northern approaches. The spearhead became a killing pen. Karsk watched the ambush unfold through magnoculars. "Enemy armor behind the column," he said. Meln transmitted the report. "Numbers?" "More than 20 transports. Heavy Astartes presence. Command vehicles struck first." A shell landed near the trench. The blast threw Karsk against the rear wall. Soil poured over his coat. One of the replacement troopers vanished beneath the collapsing firing step. The surviving heavy stubber gunner dragged himself from the wreckage. His lower body ended below the ribs. Loops of intestines stretched between him and the earth, covering his severed legs. "Weapon operational," he said. Karsk looked down at him. The gunner reached toward the trigger handles. Karsk pulled him clear and placed the man's back against the revetment.
Remember, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support helps.
Maintain fire when targets appear. Confirmed. The first Skull-Takers appeared along the trench line. They had used another buried route. The blood cult moved behind them. Karsk recognized Zhufor by the axe and taloned fist. "Code Black?" Meln asked. "No. The position will be overrun." "Not yet." The Imperial command post lay beneath a ferrocrete bunker overlooking the road. Its autocannon opened fire as Zhufor approached. Shells struck his armor. The first removed a section of brass from his pauldron. The next cracked the ceramite over his chest. A third detonated against the gorget, throwing his head back. He continued walking. The claw fired. Twin bolts killed the bunker's observation team. Zhufor reached the reinforced door and drove the fist through its center. Adamantium buckled. The talons closed around the inner frame. He tore the portal from its hinges. Autocannon rounds struck the door as he raised it before him. The weapon became a shield. Zhufor crossed the threshold beneath impacts that punched holes through the metal. One shell penetrated and buried itself in his breastplate. It detonated within the outer armor layers, filling the bunker with fragments of brass and ceramite. He did not fall. He hurled the ruined door into the gun crew. 2 men vanished beneath it. One remained alive, legs crushed, hands clawing at the floor while blood spread beneath the slab. Zhufor entered the command chamber. An Imperial staff officer reached for the Vox transmitter. The power axe took him through the spine. The blade emerged from his sternum and split the console beyond. Another officer raised a pistol. The claw closed around his torso and crushed him until his ribs pierced both lungs. A signalman attempted to transmit the final fire mission. Zhufor struck him with the backswing of the axe. The man's head left his body and broke against the bunker wall. His hands remained on the transmitter keys. The message never left. Karsk heard the forward command channel fall silent. The trench shook beneath approaching footsteps. "Code Black remains absent," Meln said. Karsk looked toward the eastern wall. A drainage culvert ran beneath it, half hidden behind corpses and collapsed sandbags. It led to the secondary line. Doctrine required them to hold until ordered. Doctrine also required experienced soldiers to preserve intelligence when communications failed, and an enemy breakthrough threatened adjacent formations. Karsk made the calculation. Destroy the Vox codes. Meln looked at him. Withdrawal without code. Command is lost, intelligence is not. Meln removed the cipher core and crushed it beneath his entrenching tool. Karsk fired one shot into the heavy stubber's receiver. The weapon became useless. He took the dying gunner's identity cylinder and placed it inside his coat. Then he led the survivors into the culvert. They crawled through stagnant water while the skull-takers entered the trench above. Karsk heard chain axes, bolter fire, and the brief screams of men too wounded to retreat. He did not turn back. He carried the route in his memory, the tunnel entrances, the armor markings, the timing of the attack. The Imperium had lost the salient. It had not lost the lesson. By dusk, the Red Road belonged to Zhufor. The Imperial armor that had not been destroyed withdrew beneath artillery cover. Zhufor halted his warriors before they crossed the final range marker. Berserkers roared at him from atop burning tanks. "The enemy runs! Let us take them! Skulls for Khorne!" Zhufor raised the claw, the warband quieted by degrees. Beyond that ridge, their guns wait. A champion struck his chain axe against the hull beneath him. "Then we take the guns. You will die before reaching them." Death is an offering. Waste is not. The champion stepped forward. Karzuk placed a bolter against his helmet. Zhufor spoke before the shot. "The next offensive will be larger. More armor, more infantry, more skulls." The nails drove the warriors toward defiance. The promise redirected them. Zhufor ordered recovery crews forward. Slaves stripped bolt shells from bodies. Armorers removed power cells, weapon sights, and intact fiber bundles. Vraxian tractors dragged damaged chimeras and Lehman Russ hulls toward the underground depots. Wounded skull-takers were collected before dead militia. Every usable weapon disappeared beneath the earth. By nightfall, Zhufor's banners flew above the captured bunkers. Vraxian soldiers looked upon them and spoke his name. Not Zafan's, Zhufor's. Inside the citadel, commanders who had failed for weeks watched reports of the victory accumulate. Some called it blasphemous fortune. Others called it theft. Deacon Maimon named it a threat. Arcos the Faithless said nothing. The challenge arrived before midnight. A warrior wearing the colors of the berserkers of Scalathrax entered the captured command bunker carrying a chain-wrapped skull. He placed it before Zhufor. "My lord names you coward," the emissary said. "You hide behind mortals. You steal blood owed to Khorne. He demands ritual combat before the assembled warbands." Zhufor looked at the skull. Accepted. The emissary seemed surprised by the speed of the answer. He bowed and departed. Karzuk waited until the bunker door closed. "You have not seen his strength. I have seen his need to announce it. He will bring every captain to witness the duel." Zhufor turned toward the tactical display, where the red road glowed beneath lines of captured territory. Learn which captains hate him. Karzuk understood. And which will submit. Zhufor's talons closed around the skull. Bone broke between them. After he dies. The foundry had once forged macro shells for wars fought beyond Vrax. Now it forged obedience. Karzuk Val stood upon a loading gantry high above the killing floor and watched the warbands gather beneath him. Thousands of Khornate warriors filled the ruined manufactorum, their armor forming a sea of blood-dark ceramite, corroded brass and exposed iron. Some still bore the ancient white and cobalt of the World Eaters beneath centuries of gore. Others carried the mutilated heraldry of renegade chapters, their former loyalties scraped away, but never entirely erased. They had come from the trenches, the buried arsenals, and the slaughter grounds surrounding the citadel. Berserkers of Scalathrax occupied the western platforms. Skull-takers filled the eastern galleries. Lesser Khornate brotherhoods crowded the ammunition lifts and shell conveyors, each champion surrounded by warriors who would obey him until a stronger voice offered greater slaughter. None had come to witness honor. They had come to see which lord would leave the circle alive. The foundry's roof had been broken open by artillery. Red light from Vrax's burning sky poured through twisted girders and descended in shafts filled with ash. 8 macro shell casings stood upright around the central floor, each taller than a battle tank and broad enough for 3 mortals to stand abreast within the empty chamber. Their brass surfaces were scarred by old loading sigils and blackened by votive flame. A burning skull crowned each casing. The flames were fed through pipes connected to reservoirs beneath the floor. Promethium burned from eye sockets and open jaws. Smoke gathered beneath the roof in the shape of a vast, shifting canopy. Channels intended to carry lubricant and runoff crossed the floor around the fighting circle. They had been cleaned of oil and filled with chains, hooks, and sharpened metal. Khazug had ordered that work completed before dawn. He had also identified the captains most likely to betray Zhufor. There were 13. 8 would die before the gathering ended. The others could still be useful. A roar passed through the foundry as the Lord of Scalathrax entered. His warriors beat chain axes against their breastplates. The impacts became a thunderous rhythm that shook dust from the gantries. The Lord advanced through their ranks without helmet or cloak. His skull was hairless and scarred, the flesh around the metal ridges of the butcher's nails dark with old infection. Ritual cuts covered his cheeks. Brass studs had been hammered into his brow in the pattern of Khorne's rune. His armor was ancient, taken from several marks, and rebuilt without concern for symmetry. One pauldron bore the broken teeth of defeated champions. Chains hung from his waist, carrying hands, jawbones, and fragments of enemy weapons. He carried his chain axe across both shoulders. The weapon was almost as tall as he was. Its broad head held teeth of mismatched metal. Some were dark adamantium. Others had been cut from power blades, armor plating, or the weapons of warriors he had killed in challenge. Each tooth bore a name scratched into its surface. The names were so numerous they resembled scripture. Khazug looked toward the eastern entrance. Zhufor came alone. No chanting announced him. No warriors surrounded him. His repaired Terminator armor carried the damage of the Red Road. Brass had been stripped from one pauldron by autocannon fire. Fresh ceramite covered fractures in his breastplate. The claw of Demnos hung at his side, its talons opening and closing with the slow rhythm of a predator testing its jaws. His power axe rested against his right shoulder. The Skulltakers began striking weapons against armor. Their cry rose from the eastern gantries. "Zhufor!" The Scalathrax warriors answered with their lord's title. The two names collided beneath the broken roof. Khazug descended to the arena floor and walked between them. He wore the armor of the blood cult, every plate newly painted in crimson so dark it appeared black beneath the smoke. "The terms have been witnessed," he said, his voice amplified through the foundry's Vox system. "No gunfire, no intervention, no withdrawal. The victor claims the defeated host." The Lord of Scalathrax laughed. "Your master needs you to speak his courage for him." Khazug ignored the insult. "Any warrior who enters the circle dies by both hosts." A murmur passed through the gathered berserkers. They approved of that condition. Zhufor stepped into the marked ground. He ejected the ammunition drum from the claw's integrated bolter and handed it to Khazug. Then he locked the firing mechanism with an iron pin. The weapon retained its power field. Pale energy crawled around the talons, making the air hiss. The Scalathrax lord tore the chains of personal trophies from his armor and cast them aside. Zhufor removed nothing. The rival pointed toward the claw. "You carry another warrior's name upon your fist. I carry his death. You carry the remains of men stronger than you." Zhufor's helm turned slightly. "Enter the circle." The Lord of Scalathrax descended. He stopped several paces from Zhufor and rested the butt of his chain axe against the floor. "I know what you were," he said. The foundry quieted. "You were not born of Angron's blood. You were stolen from the weakling sons of the White Scars, a red and white hound taken alive upon Paramar." Khazug watched the Skulltakers. Some knew the truth. Many did not. The Lord continued. "They cut you open. They remade your flesh. They drilled obedience into your skull and called the result chosen. You are no son of the 12th. You are surgery-wearing armor." The nails pulsed behind Karzug's eyes. Around the arena, warriors growled. Old World Eaters struck fists against their breastplates. Renegade Astartes watched more carefully, because the insult against stolen lineage touched every warrior who had abandoned one brotherhood for another. Zhufor did not deny the charge. "My blood was chained to Jagatai's line," he said. "My strength was not." The Scalathrax Lord bared iron-capped teeth. "You speak of strength while hiding beneath Legion colors you did not earn. Lineage is the shield of warriors who cannot conquer." The growling changed. Some of the gathered berserkers laughed. Zhufor raised the claw. "I did not inherit this host. I took it. I did not inherit Demnos's weapon. I tore it from his corpse. I did not inherit Vrax. I opened its trenches with the bodies of men too weak to serve any better purpose." He pointed the power axe toward the rival. "You inherited Scalathrax's shame and wear it as a title." The Lord of Scalathrax activated his weapon. Its teeth screamed into motion. "Then take it from me." He attacked before Karzug cleared the circle. The chain axe descended in a two-handed arc. Zhufor moved aside. The weapon struck the floor and split the armor plating beneath it. Metal teeth ripped through iron and sprayed molten fragments across Zhufor's greaves. The Scalathrax Lord recovered faster than Karzug expected. He turned the missed strike into a horizontal sweep. Zhufor caught it upon the haft of his power axe. The impact drove him backward. His Terminator boots tore grooves through the floor. The rival reversed direction, attacking again before Zhufor's armor completed its stabilizing cycle. The chain axe struck his left pauldron. Teeth bit through brass. They carved into ceramite and tore away a slab of armor broad as a mortal's chest. Fiber bundles snapped beneath the wound. Cooling fluid sprayed from severed lines. The gathered berserkers roared. The Scalathrax Lord stepped away before Zhufor's counterblow arrived. The power axe cut empty air. Karzug saw the problem. Zhufor possessed greater mass. The claw could crush tank armor. His power axe could cut through an Astartes from shoulder to hip. The rival was faster. He did not remain close enough to be held. Again the chain axe came. It struck Zhufor's breastplate, glanced aside, and removed part of the gorget. The weapon's teeth caught in a hanging cable. The Lord released one hand, twisted the haft, and tore the cable from Zhufor's armor before retreating. Warning fluids leaked across the red plate. The Scalathrax warriors chanted their lord's title. Zhufor pursued. His axe struck from above. The rival turned aside. The blade cut through one of the runoff channels and buried itself in the floor. Before Zhufor could tear it free, the chain axe struck his back. The impact broke an exhaust vent. The teeth chewed into the Terminator power unit, showering the arena with sparks and fragments of armored casing. Zhufor swung the claw behind him. The rival had already moved. He attacked again from the right, then the left, then behind. Each strike removed another fragment of Zhufor's armor. None penetrated deeply enough to kill, but the damage accumulated. The Terminator plate's movements became less precise. One knee actuator locked for half a heartbeat whenever Zhufor turned. Karzug heard the Skulltaker's chanting weaken. The nails burned through his skull, demanding intervention despite the terms he had proclaimed. He forced his hands away from his weapons. Zhufor had ordered him to study the captains, not the duel. The scripture-marked champion watched, with satisfaction. The horned armory master remained expressionless. Two former World Eaters spoke across a private channel Karzug's armor could not breach. The Lord of Scalathrax drove Zhufor toward the northern edge of the circle. "You are slow," he said. The chain axe struck the damaged pauldron again. The remaining plates split. The teeth reached the fibers beneath and tore through them, cutting into the flesh of Zhufor's shoulder. Blood poured down his arm. "You are old iron filled with stolen meat." Zhufor stumbled. The Scalathrax Lord raised his weapon. "You are not Angron's son." Zhufor lowered the claw. His left side opened. Karzug recognized the surrender in the posture. Then he recognized the lie. The Lord of Scalathrax saw only the wound. He committed both hands to the final strike. The chain axe descended toward Zhufor's exposed shoulder. Zhufor turned into it. The claw of Demnos closed around the weapon's head. Chain teeth struck the power field. The foundry filled with a shriek like tortured metal. Molten fragments sprayed between the combatants. Teeth broke from the chain and ricocheted across the floor. One penetrated Zhufor's gorget. Another buried itself in the Scalathrax Lord's cheek and remained there, glowing red within the flesh. He tried to pull the weapon free. The claw tightened. The chain axe's casing folded inward. Its motor screamed, gears tearing themselves apart as the trapped chain continued to run. Smoke burst from the housing. The haft twisted between the Lord's hands. Zhufor stepped forward. His power axe remained low. The Scalathrax Lord released his weapon and reached for the blade at his waist. Zhufor caught his right forearm. The claw closed, armor fractured. Bones collapsed together with a wet grinding sound. The warrior roared and drove his head into Zhufor's faceplate. Zhufor did not move. He twisted the trapped limb. The elbow reversed. Bone tore through the inner joint seal. Blood sprayed across both warriors. The Scalathrax Lord struck with his left fist. Zhufor caught that wrist beneath the haft of his axe and forced it down across his armored knee. The forearm broke. The Lord tried to retreat. Zhufor kicked his damaged knee. The greave bent inward. The warrior fell, but did not remain down. He surged forward from one knee, trying to bite through the cables exposed beneath Zhufor's pauldron. Zhufor struck him across the face with the claw. The blow removed the lower jaw. Teeth, tongue, and broken metal studs scattered across the arena. The Lord remained conscious. Blood poured down his chest as he tried to speak through the exposed ruin of his mouth. Zhufor lifted the broken chain axe. The weapon's chain hung loose from its housing. Several surviving teeth remained fixed in place. He drove it through the Lord's right thigh. The teeth no longer moved, but the force carried them through muscle and bone. Zhufor twisted the ruined weapon until the femur broke. The rival's scream became a bubbling roar. Zhufor cut through the other leg, not cleanly. He used the broken chain axe as a saw, dragging the remaining teeth back and forth through armor, flesh, and bone. Blood flooded the circle. Fragments of yellow marrow clung to the weapon. When the second leg separated, Zhufor dragged the Lord toward the center of the foundry. The berserkers of Scalathrax had stopped chanting. Zhufor seized the chains of trophies their lord had discarded and pulled them within reach. He lifted one severed hand. A champion's gauntlet still covered it. "Whose?" Zhufor asked. The Scalathrax Lord answered through blood and ruined flesh. Nothing intelligible emerged. Zhufor tore the trophy apart and cast it toward the gathered warriors. He lifted a cracked helmet. "Whose legend built yours?" He crushed the helmet beneath one armored boot. He removed every skull, jawbone, and weapon fragment from the chains. With each trophy destroyed, the Lord of Scalathrax became smaller in the eyes of his host. The warrior himself remained alive. His enhanced physiology refused to grant death. Both hearts continued beating. His lungs drew wet breaths. The nails kept consciousness burning behind his eyes. Zhufor stood over him. No one spoke. Then a skull-taker struck his axe against the gantry. "Zhufor!" Another joined him. "Zhufor!" The sound spread through the eastern platforms. The horned armory master raised his fist. "Zhufor!" A captain of Scalathrax looked down at his dismembered lord. He began chanting with the others. More followed. The name filled the foundry. Zhufor waited until the berserkers of Scalathrax joined their conquerors. Only then did he place the claw around their lord's skull. The dying warrior stared up at him. Zhufor tightened his fingers slowly. The first talon pierced the temple. Another entered through the eye. The skull fractured within the skin. Bone folded inward. Blood streamed between the claw's knuckles, followed by grey tissue and clear fluid. The head collapsed into a shapeless mass. Zhufor released the corpse. "Kneel," he said. The berserkers of Scalathrax knelt, not all at once. That mattered. Khazug memorized those who delayed. Zhufor named new commanders before the blood was cleaned from the circle. The most ambitious Scalathrax captains received visible authority. One was given command of the Western Armor Column. Another received 3 breach companies. A third was placed over the mortal artillery auxiliaries. They accepted the honors as signs of favor. Khazug understood them as chains. Every promotion placed the captains where failure would be public. Each command required ammunition, fuel or transport, controlled by warriors already loyal to Zhufor. Every order they issued would pass through the blood cult. The 8 who refused submission were dragged to the macro shell casings. Chains hauled them upward. The first champion cursed Zhufor until an iron spike entered beneath his breastplate. It passed through his abdomen and emerged between the armor plates of his back. His organs settled around the metal. Blood began running down the shell casing. The others followed. One was impaled through the pelvis, another through the throat. A former World Eater fought the chain so violently that both shoulders dislocated before the spike entered his spine. Their blood reached the channels beneath the floor. It flowed through the old ammunition runoff system, tracing Khorne's rune across the foundry. Zhufor stood at its center. "Unity does not require trust," he said. The impaled champions twitched above him. "It does not require brotherhood. It does not require love." The word drew laughter. "It requires obedience. You may hate the warrior beside you. You may covet his armor, his command, and his skull. You will not take them until I permit it." His axe rose. "Your hatred has one direction." He pointed toward the Imperial lines beyond the foundry walls. The warbands roared. The western gates opened before the sound faded. Figures entered through smoke and blowing ash. Their armor had once borne the deep crimson of the word-bearers. The old legion markings had been hacked away or covered with brass symbols of Khorne. Chains of inscribed human bone hung from their breastplates. Each vertebra and finger joint carried words cut into the surface. The emissary at their head wore a crozius shaped like a cleaver. He stopped before the blood-filled rune. "The sanctified offer recognition," he said. Zhufor looked down from the center of the circle. "I did not ask for it." "No." The emissary's mask was shaped into a smile. "But our daemonancers know the burden placed within you." The foundry became quiet. The bone chains hanging from the emissary's armor clicked together. "We know the name the blood god entrusted to your keeping." Khazug felt something colder than fear move through the nails. Zhufor descended from the circle. The emissary leaned close enough that only those nearest could hear his final words. "With your name and our rights, the unbound may walk Vrax." The temple had once stored enough ammunition to erase a continent. Its armored vaults descended beneath Vrax in tiers of ferrocrete, adamantium bracing and fireproof chambers. Shell elevators pierced the levels like cathedral shafts. Crane rails crossed the ceilings. Warning sigils remained painted upon the walls, half buried beneath dried blood and hammered plates of brass. The sanctified had converted industry into worship. Runes covered the ammunition vault doors. Some had been welded into the metal. Others had been carved so deeply that the surrounding walls wept rust. Channels crossed the floor where loading servitors had once moved macro shells toward the lifts. Those channels now carried blood. The smell filled every passage. Iron, ash, hot machinery, opened bodies. Zhufor walked through it without removing his helm. The blood cult followed in silence. Their Terminator armor filled the service tunnel shoulder to shoulder, forcing the Sanctified's mortal attendants to flatten themselves against the walls. Some bowed, others pressed their foreheads into the blood-slick floor. Khazug Val came behind Zhufor, one hand resting upon the grip of his chain axe. Cages lined the final approach. Rogue psychers occupied them. Some had been taken from the Vraxian militia. Others wore the ruined uniforms of Imperial sanctioning cadres. Iron collars held their heads upright. Copper wires passed through their skulls, entered beneath their fingernails, and wound around the bars. One captive whispered prayers through lips sewn together. Another stared at Zhufor with eyes that had turned entirely black. A third was dead, but his shadow continued moving across the cage floor. Zhufor despised them. The warp did not offend him. It was a battlefield, a weapon, and a source of predators. Sorcery offended him because it attempted to dress weakness in mystery. Priests spoke secret syllables where warriors used blades. Demonancers drew circles and called restraint mastery. Yet a fortress wall did not become less useful because an artilleryman was weak. A demon could break what bolters could not. That was sufficient. Apostle Narkle waited inside the central vault. He stood before an altar made from fused armor plates and the jawbones of Astartes. His plate retained the deep crimson of the word-bearers, but every old legion symbol had been cut through and filled with brass. The rune of Khorne occupied his breastplate. Chains of inscribed finger bones hung from his shoulders and clicked softly whenever he moved. 8 sanctified warriors stood around the altar. Behind them, demonancers attended brass engines linked to the cages outside. Their armor had been cut open at the spine so cables could enter their flesh directly. Blood dripped from the connections. Narkel raised his crozius. Zhufor, Lord of the Skull-Takers, conqueror of the Red Road, bearer of the Claw, enter the circle. A ring of brass surrounded the altar. Zhufor stopped outside it. I am here. You stand before a sanctified threshold. I stand upon an ammunition floor. The demonancers hissed. Narkel's bone chains shifted across his armor. This vault has been consecrated by 800 offerings. Its foundations have been washed with the blood of the faithful and faithless alike. You will kneel before the altar and surrender the name entrusted to you. Karzug's chain axe activated behind Zhufor. The motor growled. Narkel's warriors raised their weapons. Zhufor crossed the brass circle. He did not kneel. The apostle began to speak. The claw of Demnos closed around his throat. Zhufor lifted him from the floor. Narkel's boots struck the altar. His crozius fell from his grasp and clattered into the blood channel. The sanctified surged forward, but the blood cult blocked them before a blow could be struck. Zhufor carried the apostle over the altar and held him above the flowing blood. The claw's talons pressed into Nahakul's gorget. Ceramite groaned. You mistake knowledge for authority, Zhufor said. Nahakul's amplified breathing rasped through his vox grill. You stand within my temple. I stand wherever I choose. The right requires submission. The right requires the name. One talon penetrated the apostle's gorget. Blood ran across the claw. Zhufor lowered his helm until its brow struck Narkel's mask. I kneel to Khorne, not to priests who borrow his voice. Narkel remained motionless for several heartbeats. Then he raised one empty hand. His warriors lowered their weapons. The blood god does not reward pride without strength, the apostle said. Zhufor released him. Nahakel struck the altar on one knee, caught himself, and slowly stood. He also does not reward strength without purpose, he continued. Zhufor looked toward the bound psychers. Then speak your purpose. Nahakel retrieved his crozius from the blood channel. He did not clean it. The unbound. No warrior in the chamber moved. The title required no explanation. Angrath, greatest among Khornes, bloodthirsters, destroyer of armies, breaker of fortress worlds, a demon whose presence could turn a campaign into an extinction. The name entrusted to Zhufor was not a word in any mortal language. It existed inside him like a wound sealed beneath scar tissue. He had heard it during a vision of brass skies and mountains made from skulls. The syllables had burned themselves into his memory, while unseen chains tightened around his heart. He had tried to speak the first fragment once. 3 slaves had died. One had torn out his own tongue. Another had broken his spine, bending backward. The third had remained alive, while his shadow detached from his body and strangled him. Zhufor had not attempted it again. Narkel walked around the altar. You possess the key. We possess the gate. You possess cages and frightened witches. We possess the rites of binding, manifestation, and offering. Without us, the name will open nothing. Without me, your rites summon vermin. The apostle stopped. Neither denied the truth. Nahakal extended one blood-covered gauntlet. What do you offer? Captives. How many? As many as the trenches provide. Insufficient. Munitions. The apostle tilted his head. Explain. You will require generators, pumps, armored carriers, fuel, men to defend this vault while your priests cut themselves and whisper. Nahakel's grip tightened around the Crozius. Zhufor continued. I provide transport, power, artillery shells, prisoners, and Khorne warriors. You provide the right, demonic auxiliaries, and recognition of my command over the warbands of Vrax. Recognition is not ownership. It will become ownership, and after the manifestation, the Unbound kills the Imperials. Then it kills whatever remains. Narkle laughed. It was not warm laughter. It sounded like stones grinding inside a tomb. You understand the danger. I understand the weapon. The Unbound is not a shell to be fired. Everything can be directed, not controlled. I did not say controlled. Narkle looked toward the blood channels. If you betray the right, your soul will be torn apart before your body dies. Zhufor flexed the claw. If you betray me, your body dies first. The pact was sealed without oath or clasped hands. Neither side trusted words enough to use them. The sacrifice began 3 days later. Prisoners arrived by the 1,000. Krieg soldiers came first, taken from overrun trenches and shattered armor columns. Their rebreather masks had been removed. Their hands were wired behind their backs. They marched beneath guard without pleading. Vraxian deserters followed. They begged. They invoked Zafan. They invoked the Emperor. Some invoked Khorne when they understood where they had been brought. The sanctified accepted every prayer as equally meaningless. Captured labor troops, wounded militia, failed enforcers, and condemned armory slaves filled the remaining columns. The former shell production lines carried them toward the vault. Industrial branding machines descended from the ceiling. Their iron plates had been reshaped into runes. Each prisoner was forced beneath them. The brands struck. Flesh hissed. The air filled with screams and smoke. Those who collapsed were dragged onward by hooks placed through their limbs. Those who resisted were beaten with shock mauls until their muscles failed. Sanctified attendants painted symbols across their bodies using blood taken from earlier victims. Vraxian engineers redirected the old Prometheum pumps. They worked beneath armed guard, replacing corroded seals and purging kilometers of pipework. Heating coils were fitted along the channels so the blood would not thicken before reaching the temple. Filters intended for industrial fuel caught bone fragments, teeth, and strips of flesh before they could block the system. Narkel supervised every stage. He understood machinery because ritual without supply was only theatre. The prisoners were chained above collection trenches. Blades opened throats, arteries and abdomens according to the needs of the rite. Blood fell in curtains. It struck the trenches, ran into grates and vanished into pumping stations beneath the floor. Men died slowly where the demonancers required fear. Others died quickly where they required volume. The pumps began to work. The entire vault complex trembled with their rhythm. Blood travelled through Vrax. It flowed beneath armories, fortifications and command bunkers. It crossed old loading routes and entered the brass channels surrounding the temple. Every line converged upon the altar. The first distortion appeared before the channels filled. A skull-taker guarding the western approach heard chain axes behind him. He turned. The corridor was empty. The sound continued, approaching through walls several meters thick. It passed through his body and vanished beyond him. The warrior began laughing. He laughed until blood emerged from his helm grill. Above ground, Krieg artillery observers reported that the distance between two known fortifications had changed by almost a kilometre. Rangefinders returned contradictory results. Shells aimed at the outer trenches struck behind their own batteries. Blood began rising from shell craters. It floated upward in droplets, gathering into red clouds beneath the poisoned sky. Wounded soldiers watched their own blood leave their bodies and ascend against gravity. Some tried to hold their wounds closed. The blood forced its way through their fingers. Inside the temple, the rogue psykers began screaming. Their voices passed through sewn mouths and severed tongues. Shadows stretched from their cages and crawled toward the altar. One psyker's eyes ignited. Flames poured from the sockets without consuming the skull. Another prisoner ruptured. His torso opened along the sternum. There was no explosion of flesh. The body unfolded as though invisible hands had pulled it apart. Behind the ribs lay no organs, only darkness. A hooked claw reached through. It seized a sanctified attendant by the face and dragged him into the aperture. His body struck the prisoner's open chest and compressed impossibly. Armor, bone, and flesh pulled through a space narrower than his skull. The aperture closed. The psyker's corpse collapsed empty. Nahakel raised his Crozius. Continue. The demonancers chanted. Their voices were transmitted through vox grills, brass horns, and the mouths of the dying. The words did not remain within the chamber. They emerged from shell casings, gun barrels, and the throats of corpses across the battlefield. Zhufor stood inside the circle. Khazug waited beyond it with the blood cult. The channels around Zhufor overflowed. Blood covered his boots and reached his greaves. Nahakel approached the altar. The name. Zhufor unlocked his helm. He removed it and handed it to Khazug. The air tasted of copper and burning hair. The name, Nahakel repeated. Zhufor opened his mouth. The first syllable cracked the altar. Every lumen failed. The second caused the brass runes to ignite. The demonancers began convulsing. One tore his own face apart with armored fingers. Another vomited a stream of teeth that were not his. Zhufor spoke the third fragment. The chamber expanded. The walls moved away, receding into impossible distance. The ceiling vanished. Above them hung a sky of red storms and black stars. Chains descended from it. They were broader than fortress gates. The true name continued through Zhufor, each sound tearing blood from his mouth. It did not resemble speech. It resembled armor collapsing, beasts dying and worlds breaking beneath bombardment. Nahakel joined the rite. The sanctified cut open their palms and pressed them against the altar. Blood ran into carved grooves. The apostle shouted the binding words, forcing each phrase through teeth, breaking under the pressure. The blood channels erupted. A pillar of crimson fluid rose toward the absent sky. Something moved inside it. Wings opened. The first beat destroyed the altar. Brass plates became shrapnel. Demonancers were thrown across the chamber. One struck the wall hard enough to burst inside his armor. Another disappeared beneath the descending edge of a wing. His body divided into strips so thin they hung in the air. Angrath emerged. The bloodthirster was too large for the vault. Reality made room. Walls split. Support columns bent away. The ceiling returned only to collapse beneath the demon's horns. Tunnels failed across the complex. Thousands of tons of stone descended upon priests, prisoners, and guards. The pressure wave moved outward. It flattened mortal attendants. It tore cages from their mountings and hurled them through walls. Blood ignited in the channels, becoming rivers of fire. The demon's wings beat again. Burning blood swept across the chamber. Sanctified warriors vanished inside it. Their armor remained standing for moments after their flesh had been cooked away, then fell empty into the flood. Nahakel struck the ground beneath a broken section of altar. His breastplate split. One arm bent beneath him at an angle no armor joint allowed. He dragged himself upright. Victory surrounded him. So did ruin. The distinction was unimportant. Angrath towered above the temple remains. Its flesh was red-black, marked by scars that burned like furnace seams. Brass armor covered its chest and limbs. Every plate carried runes large enough to crush a man beneath a single stroke. Its wings filled the broken vault, their edges disappearing into smoke. In one hand, it held a vast axe. In the other, a barbed whip writhed as though alive. The demon lowered its horned head. Its gaze found Zhufor. Every warrior in the blood cult dropped to one knee. Zhufor remained standing. Khazug gripped his axe with both hands, fighting the pressure that drove against his armor. Warning runes filled his vision. His heart labored. Blood ran from his ears beneath his helm. Zhufor did not move. Angrath's voice entered the chamber without passing through its jaws. It sounded like armies screaming beneath orbital fire. "Little butcher," Zhufor looked up at it. "Unbound. I know the blood within you. It is mine." The demon's wings shifted. The resulting wind tore bodies from the floor and cast them into the ruins. "Nothing is yours. Your skull waits upon the final mountain. Then take it." Khazug felt every warrior tense. Angrath leaned closer. Its breath burned the blood upon Zhufor's armor. "I will break this world. I will grind its armies into red earth. I will open every fortress and feed upon every soul within." Zhufor raised the claw of Demnos toward the distant Imperial lines. "Then begin there." Silence followed. The greater demon could have killed him. Naharkul knew it. Khazug knew it. Zhufor knew it. Angrath straightened. Its laughter broke the remaining support columns. The vault collapsed behind it as the bloodthirster climbed toward the surface. By nightfall, every Khorne warband upon Vrax had heard. The Unbound walked. Berserkers abandoned lesser commanders and gathered beneath Zhufor's banners. Mortal cults painted his name across trench walls. Vraxian officers who had once invoked Zafan now requested Skulltaker support before they transmitted anything to the Citadel. Other Chaos Lords began moving armories away from Zhufor's reach. Some prepared to flee, others prepared assassins. Cardinal Zafan continued issuing proclamations, but his commands had become ceremony. The warriors who defended Vrax obeyed whichever lord could promise survival, ammunition, or victory. Zhufor promised none of those things. He promised blood. It was enough. Arcos the Faithless came to him alone. The Alpha Legion Lord entered the captured command bunker, wearing armor the color of deep ocean beneath moonless skies. No honor guard followed him. No herald announced his arrival. He placed, 3Zhufor looked down at them. "Palace transponder codes," Arcos said. "Guard rotations, sanctuary access." "Zafan's?" "One of them." "Why?" Arcos's helm reflected the burning tactical display. "Because a throne occupied by a weak ruler is an obstacle." "To whom?" "Yes," Khazug growled. Zhufor examined the codes. "You expect me to trust these routes?" "No." Arcos turned toward the exit. That would make them less useful. He left without another word. Khazug watched the bunker door close. "A trap." "Several," Zhufor said. He gathered the "assume every route leads where it claims." "And?" Zhufor looked toward the distant citadel, where Zafan's towers stood beneath a sky darkened by demonic wings. "Assume each one contains a second road meant for us." The Black Brethren of Aereus occupied a fortress they had not built, and claimed an authority they did not possess. Their bastion stood upon the northern approach to the citadel, a squat mass of ferrocrete, gun towers and buried galleries surrounded by minefields inherited from the old Vraxian defense network. Black Legion banners hung from its walls. The Eye of Horus watched every road leading toward its gates. Zhufor studied the symbol through the magnification of his helm. Behind him, captured artillery fired from the ridges. Earthshaker guns recoiled inside pits, stained with old Krieg blood. Vraxian crews labored beneath the supervision of Skulltaker overseers, loading shells into weapons that had once fired upon them. Each discharge shook dust from the bunker roof and sent another projectile screaming over the wasteland. None of the shells struck the Black Brethren's central bastion. They fell around it. Outer trenches vanished beneath black columns of earth. Ammunition depots burned. Shells struck roads and reserve positions, giving the appearance of an attack broad enough to consume the entire northern sector. The real assault remained beneath the ground. Karzug stood beside Zhufor at the observation slit. Their lord has answered. A Vox servitor replayed the transmission. The voice of Lord Sarvax entered the bunker through static. You have mistaken tolerated savagery for dominion, Zhufor. The Black Brethren bear the War Master's seal. Spill our blood, and the despoiler's armories will close to you. His fleets will hunt your vessels. His hand will fall upon the Skulltakers, and nothing will remain but ash. Zhufor watched the distant bastion. Transmit. The servitor opened the channel. Borrowed authority has no weight, Zhufor said, unless someone present can enforce it. Silence followed. Then Sarvax answered, You mistake restraint for weakness. No, I mistake your walls for a grave. Zhufor ended the transmission. Karzug looked toward the tactical display. Black runes marked the bastion's gun emplacements, armor bays, and internal command chambers. They will expect a direct assault. They expect us to behave as they describe us. Sarvax commands almost 200 sworn warriors. He commands almost 200 targets. The first Skulltaker attack began before dusk. 8 Berserker squads struck ammunition stores east of the bastion. They approached through trenches abandoned after earlier bombardments, moving beneath smoke thrown up by Vraxian mortars. When the Black Brethren detected them, the raiders broke cover and charged without attempting to preserve themselves. Chain axes met bolters among the shell stacks. The Black Brethren responded as Zhufor intended. Reserve squads left the central fortress to protect the magazines. Armored transports crossed the northern road. A Predator squadron turned its guns away from the main approach and began hunting the attackers through the ruined supply district. A second Skulltaker force attacked the western Vox towers. Melter charges burned through the base of one relay. The structure fell across the defensive line, severing communication cables and crushing a bunker beneath thousands of tons of steel. The Black Brethren divided again. Their commanders believed they were containing a scattered Khornati offensive. They did not know that every Skulltaker squad had been ordered to withdraw after drawing a specific response. Their objective was not territory. Their losses were not accidental. Each attack removed warriors from Sarvax's immediate reach. Zhufor watched the bastion's defensive strength diminish upon the display. The nails pulsed against the back of his skull. He welcomed the pain. It sharpened the waiting. A berserker who could not wait became ammunition for an enemy gun. A lord who could not wait became a corpse beneath another lord's throne. Outer companies committed, Karzug reported. Northern armor remains mobile. Central Hall contains Sarvax and his champions. How many? 11 identified. Not enough. Karzug turned his helm. You want more? I want every throat that can issue an order. Zhufor opened a direct Vox channel to the bastion. His voice entered every Black Brethren receiver the Skulltakers had been able to identify. Sarvax. The answer came immediately. I hear you. You hide behind warriors wearing another lord's symbol. I command in the War Master's name. You shelter in it. A growl entered the transmission. Zhufor continued. I stand beneath your walls. Come down and prove that the Black Brethren follow a warrior rather than a custodian. You challenge me? I permit you to die in view of your host. The channel remained open. Zhufor could hear voices behind Sarvax. Champions, advisors, witnesses already gathering around their lord. Pride was more reliable than any transponder code. Sarvax's answer came with controlled fury. Enter the central hall. Bring your blood cult. I will place your skull beneath the eye of Horus. Zhufor looked toward Karzug. The blood cult champion understood. Sarvax had assembled the command structure himself. Transmit acceptance, Zhufor ordered. The challenge spread through the Black Brethren. Warriors returned from outer positions to witness the killing. Champions abandoned firing sectors and gathered within the bastion's central hall. Sarvax could not appear uncertain before them. He could not conceal himself in a command vault after accepting publicly. The walls remained fully armed. The gates remained closed. Neither mattered. Mining galleries ran beneath the bastion. They had been cut centuries before the rebellion, so servitors could inspect foundations and drainage lines. The Black Brethren knew of the main passages. They had sealed them with ferrocrete and mines. Arcos had provided older plans. Those plans revealed a maintenance throat beneath the command dais, narrow enough for mortal workers and forgotten because it had been collapsed before the siege began. Vraxian mining slaves reopened it. They worked without lumens, guided by lines marked upon the walls. Skulltaker overseers followed behind them. Those who slowed were killed and used to reinforce unstable flooring. Those who reached the bastion's foundation alive were chained beside the charges they had carried. The blood cult waited in the darkness behind them. Zhufor stood at the front. The ceiling above him trembled beneath the movement of armored feet. Sarvax and his champions were taking their places. Khazug checked the detonator. Outer garrison remains focused east and west. Good. The slaves are within the blast radius. They know. The nearest miner began sobbing. Zhufor looked down at him. The man wore a torn Vraxian labor uniform. Blood ran from his hands where stone and metal had stripped away his fingernails. A chain linked his throat to the demolition frame. "Will the charges break the floor?" Zhufor asked. The miner stared at the claw of Demnos. "Yes, Lord." "Then you have served." Zhufor raised one talon. Khazug triggered the charges. The world became pressure and white fire. The maintenance gallery collapsed behind the blood cult. Stone crushed the miners before sound reached them. The bastion foundation lifted. Ferrocrete split across the command hall above. The dais disintegrated. Sarvax's throne, the iron eye mounted behind it, and several Black Brethren champions fell into the rising cloud of pulverized stone. Zhufor climbed through the breach. His Terminator armor struck falling debris aside. The claw fired before the smoke cleared. Twin bolts entered the nearest champion's chest. One burst within the breastplate. The second penetrated the lower throat and detonated behind the spine. The warrior's head remained attached by cables and a strip of flesh as his body toppled into the breach. The blood cult followed. Khazug emerged to Zhufor's left, chain axe roaring. Another Terminator rose on the right and opened fire into the upper galleries. The Black Brethren were gathered for a duel. They received an execution. Zhufor's power axe crossed through the first champion before the warrior could activate his blade. The field sheared through pauldron, clavicle, both lungs, and the upper heart. The body separated from shoulder to waist, organs sliding from the open torso in glistening coils. A second warrior charged from the smoke. Zhufor reversed the axe. The blade entered beneath the ribs and emerged through the opposite shoulder. He lifted the impaled champion from the floor and hurled him into two warriors, attempting to form a firing line. The claw closed around the third. Its talons caught him beneath the arms. Zhufor carried him into a supporting pillar. The first impact cracked the warrior's backpack. The second broke the pillar's outer stone. The third crushed the Black Brethren champion between ceramite and ferrocrete. His torso flattened. Blood exploded from his gorget and leg joints. Zhufor released what remained, leaving the body embedded in the fractured wall. Bolter fire filled the central hall. The blood cult advanced through it. Rounds detonated against Terminator plate, stripping paint and brass, occasionally penetrating weakened joints. One Skulltaker lost an eye lens and the skull behind it. He continued for 3 steps before collapsing, smoke pouring from the empty socket. Khazug cut down the warrior who had killed him. The chain axe struck the Black Brethren's weapon arm, passed through the elbow, and continued into the chest. Khazug planted one armored boot against the victim's abdomen and tore the blade upward. The torso opened from sternum to throat. Above them, the Black Brethren's outer garrison continued firing toward attacks that were already withdrawing. The command hall died alone. Sarvax rose from the ruins of his dais. His black armor was edged in gold. The Eye of Horus occupied one shoulder. A wolf fur cloak hung from his back, grey beneath dust and blood. He carried a power sword whose blade burned with cold blue light. The collapse had broken one of his horns and crushed the left side of his breastplate. He still stood taller than most Astartes. His surviving champions gathered around him. "You come through the floor," Sarvax said. Zhufor stepped over a dying warrior. "You expected the gate. You agreed to challenge. I agreed to enter your hall." Sarvax's sword rose. "The War Master will hear of this. Then give him an accurate account." The remaining champions attacked together. Zhufor met them before they reached the blood cult. The axe severed the first warrior's legs at the thigh. The body struck the floor hard enough to fracture the helmet. Before the crippled champion could lift his pistol, Zhufor stepped upon his chest and crushed both hearts beneath Terminator weight. The claw caught a chain blade. Talons closed around its housing and shattered the motor. Zhufor drove the ruined weapon backward through its owner's faceplate. Broken chain teeth entered the mouth and tore through the back of the skull. A power maul struck his shoulder. Armor buckled. Zhufor turned, caught the wielder by the neck, and threw him into the central breach. The warrior fell into darkness, where the surviving blood cult below hacked him apart before he struck the ground. Sarvax entered the gap. His power sword pierced Zhufor's side. The energy field parted ceramite and entered the reinforced flesh beneath. Warning runes filled Zhufor's vision. Blood ran inside his armor. Sarvax twisted the blade. "You are a rabid hound," he said. Zhufor seized his sword arm with the claw. "And you are a collar without a master." Sarvax drove one knee into Zhufor's damaged breastplate. The impact forced the blade deeper. Pain spread through Zhufor's abdomen. The nails sang. He brought the haft of his axe down across Sarvax's elbow. The joint broke. The power sword went dark as the Lord's grip failed. Zhufor ripped the blade from his body and cast it aside. Sarvax struck with his free hand. Zhufor caught the fist, pulled him forward, and drove his helm into the Black Brethren Lord's faceplate. The first impact cracked an eye lens. The second shattered it. The third drove fragments of armor into Sarvax's eye and cheek. The Lord stumbled. Zhufor placed one boot upon his chest. Sarvax fell beneath the weight. He tried to rise, but the Terminator greave pressed against his damaged breastplate and forced him into the rubble. Around them, the last champions died. Sarvax looked toward his surviving warriors. Some still fought upon the upper galleries. Others had lowered their weapons. "By Abaddon's authority," he began. Zhufor raised the axe. "No one here is Abaddon." The blade fell. It passed through Sarvax's neck and the floor beneath it. The head rolled from the broken dais. Blood pumped from the severed arteries, spreading beneath Zhufor's boot. He lifted the head by its remaining horn. The surviving Black Brethren watched. "Kneel," he said. Some obeyed immediately. Those warriors were disarmed, marked and sent to the vanguard companies. Their oath would be measured beneath Imperial guns. Others invoked the War Master. Zhufor killed the first personally. The claw tore the warrior's head from his shoulders, with the helmet still sealed. Khazug executed the others, before the body struck the ground. Mortal crew were separated by skill. Pilots went to the vehicle bays. Gunners were chained beside captured artillery. Armorers received food and guarded quarters. Ship crew were interrogated for access codes and void routes. The useless were given to the berserkers. By dawn, the Black Brethren of Ireus had ceased to exist. Their lord and champions were suspended above the citadel's northern road. They remained in black armor. The eyes of Horus were left untouched. Their bodies hung from chains threaded through their shoulders and spines. Sarvax's head was fixed above them upon an iron stake, facing the citadel so that Zaphan's priests could see the broken lenses. Every warband approaching the fortress passed beneath them. The message required no proclamation. Khazug stood with Zhufor beneath the corpses. "Abaddon may answer." Zhufor looked up at the dead. He values weapons. He may value obedience more. If these were worthy weapons, they would not hang above us. You assume he will agree. I assume he will use what remains. That confidence contained the edge of madness. It also contained truth. The despoiler had bound rival legions, apostate chapters, pirates, demons and warlords beneath a single purpose without ending their hatred. He did not require peace among them. He required effectiveness. The Black Brethren had failed to defend themselves. Their destruction had proved the Skulltakers stronger. A messenger from the Citadel arrived before midday. He wore the white and crimson robes of Zafan's household. 2 enforcers accompanied him, both careful not to look directly at the hanging Black Legion dead. "The Cardinal summons Lord Zhufor," the herald said. "A public ceremony will affirm the unity of Vrax. His Eminence will bestow a sacred blessing upon the Skulltakers and recognize your victories in the Emperor's true name." Zhufor held Sarvax's severed head. Blood still leaked from the neck stump. He handed it to the herald. "Take this." The mortal received it with shaking hands. "Tell Zafan that Vrax no longer requires blessings from a prisoner who has not recognized his cell." The herald stared at the ruined face. Zhufor leaned closer. "If he refuses the message, place the head upon his throne and leave yours beside it." The delegation departed. Arcos came after nightfall. The Alpha Legion Lord entered the captured bastion through a door no Skulltaker had seen open. His armor carried no dust despite the bombardment outside. He placed a transponder core upon the tactical table. "The palace gates will recognize the blood cult as Zafan's internal reserve." Zhufor examined the device. "And his commanders?" "Some will receive orders to reinforce breaches that do not exist. Others will lose communication at the required moment. The palace guns. Confusion is not paralysis. They may still fire." Kazuk stood behind Zhufor. "When?" Arcos turned his helm toward the citadel. The Imperial bombardment had begun again. Earthshaker shells struck the outer walls, each impact sending tremors through the bastion floor. "During the next concentration," the Alpha Legion Lord said, "the palace will mistake your charges for Imperial shells. The priests will call the failures a test of faith. The guards will wait for orders from men already dead." Zhufor closed the claw around the transponder core. "Then the throne empties tomorrow." Arcos said nothing. He vanished through the same unguarded passage by which he had entered. Zhufor watched the citadel burn upon the tactical display. The Black Brethren had hidden behind Abaddon's authority. Zafan hid behind prophecy. Both were walls made from other men's belief. Walls could be broken. The citadel shook beneath the guns of Krieg. Earthshaker shells fell in ordered succession, striking curtain walls, bastions, and buried magazines with the patience of executioners. Each impact rolled through the palace foundations and sent dust raining from painted vaults. Warning sirens wailed beneath the deeper thunder of collapsing masonry. Devotional broadcasts poured from every surviving Voxhorn, competing with evacuation orders, casualty reports, and the repeated declaration that all breaches remained contained. The declarations were lies. Some breaches did not exist. Others had been opened from within. Arcos the Faithless stood inside a deserted communications shrine and watched false orders spread through the citadel. The chamber's walls carried brass reliefs of Cardinal Zafan receiving visions beneath the Emperor's light. Arcos had placed the bodies of 3 signal officers below the largest image. Their throats had been cut precisely enough that little blood reached the consoles. The Alpha Legion Lord rested one gauntlet upon a command lectern. Reserve Company Adamus had been redirected toward the eastern curtain wall. There was no eastern breach. The Palace Armor Reserve had been ordered to reinforce the lower arsenal gates. Those gates remained sealed. 2 companies of Zafan's household militia had received mutually exclusive commands, each bearing valid authentication codes and the Cardinal's personal cipher. They would spend the next hour arguing over which order represented treachery. An hour was unnecessary. Arcos transmitted the final signal. Across the palace, Internal defense cogitators accepted the blood cult's corrupted transponders as those of a sanctioned reserve formation. Automated gun positions placed their weapons in standby. Blast shutters unlocked. Lift shafts opened. Not all of them. Certainty was conspicuous. A flawless path would reveal the hand that had made it. The blood cult would encounter resistance. They would lose warriors. Their attack would appear violent, imperfect, and real. Arcos withdrew his hand from the lectern. The first teleport alarm sounded beneath the artillery sirens. He left the shrine before the palace understood what had entered it. The Immaterium released Zhufor into stone. For an instant, he was nowhere. Then matter returned around him with the force of an impact. His Terminator boots struck a floor of cracked marble. Red lightning crawled over his armor. The claw of Demnos closed around empty air as the teleport field collapsed in a burst of ozone, blood vapor, and psychic frost. The reliquary hall stretched before him. Saints stood along its walls in towering marble ranks. Their hands had been raised in blessing. Their eyes had been replaced with gemstones. Glass cases held bones, weapons and scraps of cloth declared sacred by priests whose names Zhufor had never heard. The blood cult materialized around him. Some arrived intact. Others did not. One Terminator appeared with his left arm fused inside the torso of a marble saint. Stone and ceramite had become one substance around the joint. The warrior tore backward, dislocating the shoulder and dragging half the statue from its plinth before the trapped ammunition inside his armor detonated. The blast filled the hall with marble splinters and fragments of burning flesh. Another warrior materialized partly within the floor. His lower body vanished beneath the marble to the waist. Teleportation energies had merged armor, bone, and foundation stone. He roared as the pressure crushed his pelvis and forced organs upward through his ruptured diaphragm. Kazug reached for him. Zhufor raised the claw. No! The trapped warrior struck the floor with both fists. Lord! You cannot move. I can fire. Then fire! The warrior turned his combi bolter toward the reliquary doors as alarms began screaming through the hall. Zhufor walked away. The first defenders entered through the eastern arch. Household militia in crimson coats advanced behind portable gun shields. Their officers wore mirrored breastplates and carried power sabers. They shouted catechisms as they raised laser guns. Defend the chosen of the Emperor! The trapped Terminator opened fire. Bolts tore through the front rank. One shell entered a gun shield, penetrated the soldier behind it, and exploded within his abdomen. The man opened from spine to sternum, throwing intestines across the two defenders beside him. The blood cult added its fire. The archway became a storm of detonations. Heads burst inside helmets. Limbs cartwheeled through incense smoke. Bodies fell against one another until the survivors were forced to climb across the dead to continue advancing. They continued. The disciples of Zafan had guarded the cardinal since before Vrax openly cast aside Imperial rule. They believed the rebellion remained holy. They believed Zafan spoke with the voice of the Emperor, uncorrupted by distant bureaucrats, apostate inquisitors, and faithless generals. They had seen demons above the trenches. They called them angels. They had watched traitor Astartes enter the citadel. They called them chosen weapons. Now those weapons had turned upon the palace. The disciples called it a test. Zhufor called it an opening. He entered the archway behind a curtain of bolter fire. A lascannon discharged from the far end of the ceremonial avenue. The beam struck a blood cult Terminator through the chest. Armor, fused ribs, and both hearts became white fire. The warrior remained upright for a fraction of a heartbeat before his upper body collapsed inward around the cauterized tunnel. Autocannons opened from the choir balconies. Shells struck the Terminators in waves. Brass trim shattered, ceramite cracked. One warrior lost his helm, and the skull beneath it when a round penetrated an eye lens and detonated against the rear plate. Kazug raised his combi bolter. Balconies. The blood cult fired upward. Explosive shells hit the choir stalls. Carved railings disintegrated. Gunners were thrown into the avenue, some dead before they landed, others falling with limbs missing and mouths open in soundless terror. Zhufor advanced beneath the autocannon fire. Each impact rang through his armor. One round broke the repaired plate covering his side. Another struck the claw and exploded against the power field, scattering fragments bright enough to scar his lenses. The lascannon fired again. Zhufor stepped behind a statue. The beam passed through the saint's torso and removed its stone head. Molten marble sprayed across his armor. He crossed the distance before the weapon recharged. The gun crew occupied a reinforced recess behind a waist-high adamantium shield. They tried to lower the blast shutter as Zhufor approached. The claw caught the shutter's edge. Servos screamed. The talons tightened, power field eating into the metal. Zhufor ripped the shutter from its track and hurled it into the crew. The loader disappeared beneath the slab. His body burst against the gun mounting, blood washing across the lascannon's cooling veins. The gunner tried to draw a pistol. Zhufor seized the lascannon itself. He tore it from its reinforced pivot. Cables snapped. Coolant flooded the recess. The weapon's power cell ruptured in his grip, burning the outer plates of the claw, but failing to penetrate. A second barricade had formed farther down the avenue. Disciples knelt behind gun shields. Militia packed the corridor behind them. Zhufor threw the lascannon. The weapon struck the barricade end first. It crushed the first line into the second. The gun barrel entered one soldier's chest, passed through his spine and impaled the man behind him. The power housing detonated among the packed defenders. The avenue filled with fire. The blood cult entered it. Karzug's chain fist struck the first blast door. Rotating teeth bit into adamantium while the fist's power field weakened the material around them. Metal peeled away in glowing ribbons. Another Terminator drove a thunderhammer into the locking mechanism until the frame split. Behind the door, the palace waited with more guns. The blood cult became a moving fortress. Their armor absorbed las-fire, shrapnel, and solid rounds meant to kill companies of mortal troops. They advanced one corridor at a time, leaving fragments of themselves behind. Broken horns, severed cables, pieces of plate, blood pouring through damaged joints. Every meter cost them. Every meter belonged to Zhufor after they crossed it. Zafan spoke through the palace while it died. His voice emerged from vox horns mounted beneath gilded arches. Faithful of Vrax, remain steadfast. The enemy has entered the sanctuary because the Emperor tests the purity of our devotion. An explosion interrupted the sermon. Static filled the avenue. Then Zafan continued. The traitors who turn their blades upon us were never true servants. Their masks have fallen. Their corruption stands revealed. Do not fear their armor. Do not fear their weapons. The righteous cannot be defeated while belief remains. Zhufor stepped across the remains of a militia officer. The man's lower body lay against one wall. His torso had been dragged several meters by his own intestines after a chain axe strike failed to kill him immediately. Belief, Zhufor said, does not stop an axe. Karzug reloaded his combi bolter. It kept them standing. It kept them in the line of fire. The sermon continued. Zafan's voice had begun to strain. He stood within the command sanctuary, wearing robes of white and crimson beneath a breastplate engraved with devotional scripture. A high mitre rose above his narrow face. Rings covered his fingers. The largest held a fragment of bone said to have belonged to a martyr of the apostasy. Around him, the command staff struggled to understand the palace battle. Reports arrived and contradicted one another. The eastern breach had been contained. No eastern breach existed. The lower armory had fallen. The lower armory remained sealed. The blood cult had entered the throne chamber. The throne chamber had seen no enemy. Zafan gripped the edge of the command table. Find the source of the false transmissions. A communications officer bowed. Eminence, the commands bear your ciphers. Then the ciphers have been stolen. Only your inner council possesses them. Zafan looked around the sanctuary. His advisors avoided his gaze. The walls shook. Dust fell upon the command table. Speak to the disciples, he ordered. Tell them I remain unharmed. The officer reached toward the Vox controls. A blade emerged through his throat. Its point opened the flesh beneath his jaw. Arcos pulled the weapon free. The communications officer fell across the console. Blood entered the transmission keys and turned the status runes red. The sanctuary guards raised their weapons. Arcos fired twice. The first bolt took one guard through the face. The man's skull opened against the wall in a spray of bone and grey tissue. The second shell entered the other guard's abdomen. The explosion tore his pelvis apart and threw him beneath the command table, legs twitching within the ruins of his robes. Zafan stared at the Alpha Legion Lord. You. Arcos cleaned his blade upon the dead officer's vestments. The western sanctuary approaches open. Zafan's face tightened. You gave them the codes. I gave them possibilities. I welcomed you to Vrax. You required soldiers. I gave you purpose. You provided a battlefield. The cardinal backed toward the raised sanctuary dais. Why? Arcos replaced the blade at his hip. Your usefulness has ended. That is not an answer. It is the only one you require. The sanctuary shook again. This impact came from within the palace. The final blast doors had begun to fail. Zafan looked toward Arcos. Stop him. No. You cannot permit the savage to rule Vrax. Arcos's helm gave no sign of expression. Permit? The first blast door bent inward. Zhufor's axe cut through the locking seam. Karzug's chain fist entered the gap and tore it wider. Disciples fired through the opening. Bolts answered. The narrow breach filled with blood and fragments of armor. Zafan lifted both hands. I am the chosen voice of the Emperor. Arcos moved toward a side passage. For the next few moments. Then he was gone. The doors collapsed. Zhufor entered the command sanctuary through smoke. Disciples formed a final line before Zafan. Their armor was ceremonial, polished silver and crimson beneath soot. They carried power mauls, chains wards, and sacred standards. Their leader pointed a sword toward Zhufor. Monster, you were given sanctuary beneath the cardinal's grace. Zhufor raised the claw. He gave me nothing. The disciples charged. They died around the command table. The first reached Zhufor with his sword raised. The power axe removed both arms and continued through the breastplate. The upper torso opened, spilling lungs and both hearts across Zafan's maps. The claw seized another disciple by the head. Zhufor swung him into his brothers. Armor struck armor. 2 men fell. Zhufor crushed the captive's skull while using his body as a shield against their blows. Karzug killed the standard bearer. His chain fist passed through the man's abdomen and emerged from his back, carrying coils of intestine wrapped around the turning blade. He lifted the body until the spine separated, then cast both halves beneath the sanctuary steps. The final disciple remained on one knee with his chest opened. Blood filled his mouth. He looked towards Zafan. Eminence. The cardinal said nothing. Zhufor drove one boot into the dying warrior and pushed him aside. Zafan stood alone. His sermon continued through the palace vox. A delayed recording repeated his promises of victory, while the real cardinal stared at the Lord of the Skull Takers. You will lower your weapons, Zafan said. Zhufor continued forward. By the authority of the Emperor, I command you. No one obeyed. Zafan's voice rose. By the covenant of the gods who have blessed this world, I command you. Zhufor stopped at the foot of the dais. The cardinal swallowed. The armories are yours. They already are. The garrison will answer to you. It already does. I will name you Governor of Vrax, Protector of the Citadel, Supreme Commander of the Holy Armies. Zhufor climbed the steps. Zafan backed toward the throne. You may rule beside me. A ruler cannot give away what he is no longer strong enough to possess. The cardinal reached beneath his robes. A compact pistol appeared in his hand. Zhufor struck before he could fire. The claw closed around Zafan's left leg. Bone broke beneath the robes. The cardinal screamed. Zhufor crushed the right leg next. Knee and shin collapsed inside the claw. Fragments of bone tore through the cloth. Zafan fell before the throne, blood spreading beneath him. "Kill me," he gasped. Zhufor looked down. "No. I will become a martyr. You will become an offering." Chains were fastened around the cardinal's arms and torso, their other ends locked to the trophy rings upon Zhufor's armor. The surviving disciples were dragged from hiding and forced to watch. Their prophet was hauled from the sanctuary. His broken legs left 2 broad trails of blood across the floor. Each time his body struck the steps, he screamed. Zhufor did not slow. The Palace Vox continued broadcasting Zafan's voice. The faithful cannot be defeated. The chain tightened. The cardinal's face struck the marble. Victory is assured. Zhufor dragged him through the bodies of his guards. The Emperor watches. The recording ended in static. The sanctified received Zafan beneath the ruined vaults of their temple. Apostle Narkol stood among blood channels, still blackened by Angrath's manifestation. Demon answers waited behind him with hooks, brands and instruments whose purposes Zafan understood only when he saw the remains chained around them. Zhufor released the cardinal at Nahakol's feet. "He ruled Vrax," the apostle said. "He occupied it." Zafan tried to crawl away. A sanctified warrior placed one boot upon his broken spine. Zhufor turned toward the gathered warlords. Vraxian officers and Skulltaker champions assembled beyond the ritual circle. "The cardinal is ended." He raised the power axe. "Vrax belongs to Khorne." The Khornate warbands roared his name. The sound lasted less than a minute. Then every warning rune in the vault ignited. Imperial augurs had detected the collapse of traitor command coordination. Krieg batteries across the encirclement began firing at maximum sustainable rate. The bombardment struck the citadel in concentric rings, walking inward toward the palace, armories and portal complexes. Deep within the Imperial lines, Commissar General Moore of the 143rd Regiment received the final assault orders. He read them once. Then he turned toward the officers waiting around the map table. "The enemy command structure is divided. The breach must be widened before it heals." Outside, tank engines awakened. Infantry assembled beneath the guns. The final encirclement began before Zhufor's new throne had been cleared of its previous owner's blood. The Imperial ring closed beneath a sky made black by war. From the western trenches to the broken eastern escarpments, the guns of Krieg fired as one vast mechanism. Earthshaker batteries walked their barrages toward the citadel in measured steps. Bombards hurled shells over the advancing infantry, their detonations lifting entire defense works from the ground. Medusas fired directly into walls already split by years of siege, pulverizing ferrocrete until armored vehicles could force passage through the rubble. The advance began before the echoes faded. Krieg infantry climbed from their trenches in ordered ranks, greatcoats snapping in the pressure of nearby explosions. Their rebreather masks turned them into a procession of faceless dead. Engineers preceded the armor, clearing mines, marking stable ground, and dragging portable bridges across trenches filled with bodies. Lehman Russ tanks followed. Their tracks crushed the dead into the soil. Chimeras ground through shell holes deep enough to drown their crews. Atlas recovery vehicles waited behind the spearheads to drag crippled armor from the approach routes before wreckage could choke the assault. Above them, the skies burned. Imperial fighters crossed between columns of flak. Traitor aircraft rose from concealed hangars and died beneath converging cannon fire. Gunships flew low enough for infantry to see bodies tumbling from open ramps. Burning wreckage fell across both armies without allegiance. Far beyond the visible battle, inquisitorial command stations coordinated the encirclement. Astropaths screamed through sealed mouths. Savants marked the movements of demonic concentrations. Grey-armoured warriors advanced toward the centre of the corruption beneath wards, censers and litanies that turned the air around them bitter. The war spread through every level of Vrax. Men fought upon fortress walls while others died in magazines kilometres beneath them. Tanks duelled in roads made from collapsed bunkers. Berserkers hunted through ventilation galleries. Artillery shells penetrated underground chambers and detonated among stored munitions, causing secondary explosions that tore open the ground like wounds. The Citadel did not possess a front any longer. It possessed only directions from which death approached. Commissar General Moore stood inside the forward command chimera and watched the tactical slate tremble upon its mounting. Red runes marked known enemy positions. White lines showed the projected advance of the 143rd Regiment. Several lines had already stopped moving. Moore did not erase them. Second Assault Company has reached the outer magazine road, an adjutant reported. Losses approaching half strength. Withdraw them behind the engineers. They hold the road. They have held it long enough. The adjutant relayed the order. Moore leaned closer to the slate. Commit 4th Company through the cleared lane. Keep 5th in reserve. The breach is open, Commissar General. Then it may close. His voice remained level beneath the artillery. He wore a black greatcoat over carapace armour, scored by shrapnel. A bolt pistol rested against one hip. A power sword hung at the other, its hilt wrapped in dark leather. Dust had settled upon his cap and shoulders, but he had refused the protection of the command bunker. Officers obeyed more quickly when they saw that the man spending their lives stood within range of the same guns. Engineers report the western passage remains too narrow for armour, said the adjutant. Then infantry holds, while they widen it. The leading companies request tank support. They will have it when the road can carry tanks without presenting the enemy a column of stationary targets. Moore turned toward the open rear hatch. Watchmaster Karsk waited there with 6 survivors from his section. Years of Vrax clung to them. Their coats were patched with material cut from the dead. Their masks bore scratches, burns, and chemical stains. One man leaned upon an entrenching tool because the muscles of his right leg no longer supported him. Karsk held a map case beneath his arm. "You have encountered the Khorne commander," Moore said. "Yes, Commissar General." "Report." Karsk placed the map upon a folding shelf. Zhufor avoids static commitment of his Astartes. He uses Vraxian militia to reveal ranges and minefields. His transports remain concealed beneath armories and service routes. He attacks command vehicles, fuel carriers, and artillery observation first. Moore studied the marked routes. The outer bunkers may be empty. Intelligence reports movement away from the Citadel. Movement can be made visible. Moore looked at him. What is hidden? Unknown. Karsk tapped 3 areas on the map. These magazines connect to transit galleries. Skull-taker armor used similar routes at the Red Road. The entrances may lie behind the Imperial spearhead after it passes. The adjutant frowned. Orbital surveys show no active machinery. The machinery may be beneath. Shielding. Moore considered the map for several heartbeats. Alter the formation. Reconnaissance platoons forward. Main armor disperses by sections. Fuel carriers remain beyond the first breach. Command vehicles change positions after every transmission. The adjutant hesitated. That will slow the advance. It will keep the advance alive. Moore looked at Karsk again. You remain with the forward observation group. Yes, Commissar General. If the Skull-takers appear, I want their routes transmitted before they destroy the Vox. Karsk sealed the map case. Understood. The 143rd entered the inner defensive zone beneath the protection of a rolling barrage. The first bunkers were abandoned. Firing slits stared across the road like empty eyes. Ammunition crates stood open inside, their contents removed. Cooking stoves remained warm. Blood darkened the floors, but there were no bodies. The reconnaissance platoons advanced. Nothing fired. Engineers cut through barricades without opposition. Infantry occupied the walls. Armor passed between ruined towers and spread across the inner approaches exactly as Moore had ordered. The Krieg found another empty position, then another. Reports reached the command net. The traitors were withdrawing. The citadel was collapsing. The Skulltakers had fled toward the portal vaults. Moore listened without answering. Karsk stood in the cupola of an armored observation carrier and watched the broken ground behind them. He saw no enemy. That troubled him more than gunfire. "Movement beneath the western magazines," said the Vox operator. "Source?" "Seismic returns. Brief." Karsk raised his magnoculars. The armory doors were closed. Dust lay undisturbed before them. Then the road behind the spearhead rose. Demolition charges detonated beneath the captured approaches. The first blast swallowed an engineer company. The ground opened under men and machines, dropping them into galleries filled with fire. A chimera tilted into the collapse and disappeared nose first. Troops tried to escape through the rear hatch as the vehicle slid downward, but the closing walls crushed them against the frame. More charges followed. The road broke apart in a sequence of explosions stretching back toward the artillery lines. Communication cables vanished. Forward observers disappeared beneath falling rock. The 143rd stood isolated inside the citadel. Karsk reached for the Vox. Ambush confirmed. Rear passage destroyed. Enemy routes beneath western and southern magazines. The armory doors opened. Land raiders emerged through routes beneath western and southern magazines' dust. Their lascannons fired into the flanks of the Imperial armor. The first beam passed through a Lehman Russ turret and ignited the ammunition beneath it. The tank burst outward, throwing its commander through the hatch in two burning pieces. Another beam struck a Chimera's engine. The vehicle stopped, blocking the road as infantry spilled from the rear ramp into crossfire. Rhinos followed the land raiders. Their ramps dropped while the transports still moved. Berserkers leapt into smoke. They struck the Krieg line before it could turn. Chain axes opened men from shoulder to hip. Bolt pistols fired at ranges so close that bodies were blown apart against the warriors behind them. A Skulltaker seized a trooper by the rebreather hose, dragged him from the formation, and buried an axe in his abdomen. The chain teeth caught his pelvis and pulled the lower half of his body into a red spiral around the blade. Vraxian artillery began firing. The shells fell among both armies. One detonation erased a squad of Krieg and two berserkers fighting among them. Another struck a Skulltaker Rhino, turned it onto its side and drove it through a line of Vraxian militia advancing behind it. Danger close became meaningless. Zhufor did not require the guns to distinguish between servant and enemy. He required the breach sealed. The Lord of the Skulltakers entered the battle behind his land raiders. Moore saw him through the smoke. Terminator armor, power axe, the taloned fist that had become a symbol across Vrax. A body already hung from Zhufor's trophy rack, too mutilated to identify. Moore drew his bolt pistol. "Command group forward." The adjutant stared at him. "The enemy seeks command. Targets. Then he will find one that fires back." Moore transmitted orders while moving. 4th Company forms a defensive arc around the northern magazine. Armor sections withdraw by alternate movement. Engineers identify any surviving route to the outer line. Reserves hold until the enemy transports commit. The soldiers obeyed, not because the orders promised survival, because they created purpose. Karsk's observation carrier took a chain axe across the cupola. The blade tore through the hatch rim and entered the Vox operator's shoulder. Teeth ripped down through his chest. Blood filled the compartment as the berserker pulled the weapon free. Karsk fired upward. 3 lasbolts struck the traitor's faceplate. The final shot entered through a broken lens. The World Eater fell from the hull, chain axe still running. A second weapon struck the carrier. Metal fragments crossed the compartment. Karsk felt the impact before the pain. His left arm vanished above the elbow. Blood struck the wall in a broad fan. The severed limb fell between the seats. Fingers still closed around the magnoculars. Karsk stared at it once. Then he tightened a tourniquet around the stump with his remaining hand. The carrier's driver was dead. The Vox operator lay open across the transmitter. Karsk pulled the corpse aside. He activated the set. Forward command. Skulltaker land raiders emerging from western magazine route, marking coordinates. His vision darkened. He struck the side of his mask against the Vox casing until focus returned. Enemy heavy infantry moving toward command group. Artillery danger close from southern batteries. Recommend counterfire upon marked galleries. A voice answered through static. Coordinates received. The carrier shook. Cask continued transmitting. Moore's escort died in layers. The outer infantry were cut apart by berserkers. The command chimera exploded behind him, its crew consumed inside the hull. His adjutant lost a leg to a bolt shell and continued relaying orders from the ground until a skull-taker crushed his skull beneath one boot. Moore fired into the traitor's throat. The bolt detonated inside the gorget and threw the warrior backward. He did not watch it fall. Zhufor approached through the broken regiment. The claw of Demnos fired. Twin bolts killed the remaining Vox guards. One man's head vanished above the jaw, the other folded around a crater opened through his chest. Moore stood alone beside the wrecked command vehicle. Around him, the 143rd fought and died among burning armor. Zhufor came within pistol range. Moore fired. The first bolt struck the Chaos Lord's breastplate and exploded against ceramite. The second entered a fracture left by earlier battle damage. The detonation broke the outer plate. Zhufor staggered. Blood appeared between the seams of his armor. Moore fired again. The claw caught his arm. Talons closed around the carapace bracer. The bones beneath it collapsed. Moore's pistol fell from fingers that no longer possessed shape. Pain crossed his face, but he did not scream. Zhufor lifted him from the ground. "You led them well," the Chaos Lord said. Moore looked past him. Krieg soldiers were withdrawing toward the northern magazine in controlled groups. Berserkers hunted them through smoke. Tanks burned where the road had collapsed. The regiment's standards remained upright above the dead. "They still stand," Moore said, "for moments." "Moments are sufficient." Zhufor turned him toward the battlefield. The claw maintained its grip upon the ruined arm. "Look upon your command." Moore did. He saw Kask's coordinates reaching the artillery line. He saw Imperial tanks reversing into firing positions. He saw engineers opening a narrow path through the rubble. The regiment was broken. It was not destroyed. Moore laughed once. "You did not close the breach." Zhufor drove the power axe through him. The blade entered beneath the Commissar General's breastplate. It split armor, sternum, and ribs, passed between the hearts, and severed the spine without dividing the body completely. Moore's blood ran down the axe haft. His head remained upright for one final heartbeat. Then his body sagged. Zhufor pulled the blade free. "Now I have," he ordered chains brought. Iron hooks were driven through Moore's shoulders, hips and armor. The corpse was hauled against Zhufor's trophy rack and secured above his power unit. The Commissar General's greatcoat hung in torn strips. Blood ran across the Terminator plate. The sight traveled faster than orders. Skull-takers roared. Vraxian soldiers pointed toward the trophy. Krieg troopers saw their commander carried above the battle and tightened their formations rather than flee. The name spread through the Vox channels. Butcher. Butcher of Vrax. Zhufor raised his axe. Then the sky screamed. A shock passed through the warp and reality together. Far beneath the citadel, warding sigils ignited. Grey knights advanced through burning blood toward the demonic center of the war. At their head moved Hector Rex, his armor radiant beneath psychic fire. Angrath answered with a roar that shook dust from the heavens. The greater demon's axe descended. Silvered weapons rose against it. The collision could be felt across Vrax. Blood reversed its flow. Shadows broke away from bodies. Men upon both sides fell screaming as something vast was dragged backward through the veil. Then Angrath vanished. The pressure ended. For one impossible instant, the battlefield became quiet. Reports struck Zhufor's command channel. The Sanctified were falling back. The southern portal route was under attack. 2 Vraxian armies had abandoned their positions. The citadel's inner wall had been breached in 3 places. Imperial armor was entering the palace district. Karzug reached Zhufor through the smoke. "We can hold this ground." "For how long?" "Until death." A berserker champion climbed onto a wrecked tank. Then we die here. Vrax is ours. Zhufor looked at him. Vrax is rubble. Withdrawal is cowardice. The claw fired once. The bolt entered the champion's mouth and exploded inside his skull. Blood, teeth, and fragments of helm sprayed across the warriors behind him. Zhufor turned toward the surviving skull-takers. Dying here gives Khorne one battle. He pointed his axe toward the portal vaults. Living gives him thousands. No one challenged him again. The retreat began in ordered violence. Land raiders formed the rear guard. Berserkers withdrew through marked corridors while Vraxian militia were left to hold the outer approaches. Demolition teams prepared the magazines for destruction. Recovery crews abandoned crippled armor only after stripping ammunition and power cells. Behind them, Imperial guns resumed firing. Shells struck the palace district. Safan's throne vanished beneath falling stone. The banners proclaiming Zhufor ruler of Vrax burned within minutes of being raised. Mor's corpse moved upon the trophy rack as Zhufor marched toward the portal. The kingdom had lasted less than a day. The name born from it would endure. The citadel died beneath its own foundations. The first magazine detonation lifted an entire armor district into the sky. For one impossible moment, tanks, bunkers, and fortress walls rose together upon a pillar of white fire. Lehman Russ hulls turned slowly above the blast, their tracks trailing cables and human remains. Ferrocrete bastions split along their foundations. Artillery pieces weighing hundreds of tons became black silhouettes inside the flame. Then gravity reclaimed everything. The district descended as burning wreckage. Tanks struck towers and broke through them. Gun carriages buried themselves nose first in trenches. Slabs of armor plating fell upon soldiers fleeing the bombardment, reducing whole squads to blood press between stone and iron. The shock traveled beneath the citadel. Vault ceilings failed. Trenches collapsed into forgotten arsenals. Thousands of Vraxian defenders vanished as the ground opened beneath their boots, dropping them into chambers filled with burning shells and ruptured promethium lines. A second magazine exploded farther east. The blast ignited a chain of buried stores. The earth convulsed. Zhufor marched through it. Commissar General Mor's corpse hung from the trophy rack upon his Terminator armor. Each impact made the dead officer's limbs swing against the damaged power unit. Blood continued to leak from the axe wound through his torso, running across Zhufor's armor in dark lines. Around him, the skull-takers withdrew through the lower fortress routes. They did not flee. They killed while moving. Berserkers formed brutal wedges around ammunition carriers and tracked transports. Blood cult terminators held junctions until the columns passed, then collapsed the tunnels behind them. Mortal thralls dragged crates through smoke, stepping over the dead until their lungs failed, or falling masonry crushed them beneath their burdens. Other warbands flooded toward the same routes. Word-bearers cults, renegade militia, mutant auxiliaries, and remnants of lesser Khornate hosts fought one another beneath banners that had proclaimed alliance only hours earlier. Every force believed its need greater. Every lord believed the gate should open first for him. The result was slaughter before the Imperium reached them. A column of Vraxian enforcers tried to seize a service lift already marked for Skulltaker ammunition. Their officer shouted that Cardinal Zafan had granted them priority. Zhufor killed him without slowing. The claw of Demnos closed around the man's torso and compressed him until the breastplate entered his lungs. Blood poured from the officer's nose and mouth. Zhufor threw the body into the enforcers behind him. "Clear the lift!" The Skulltakers opened fire. Mortal bodies filled the access chamber. Bolts entered packed ranks and detonated within them, blasting limbs, intestines, and fragments of uniform against the walls. Those who survived the first volley were driven back into the smoke or crushed beneath the advancing ammunition carriers. The lift belonged to Zhufor. Everything required for future war received passage. Bolt shells came first. Crates were counted before loading. Those with broken seals were opened and inspected. Damp ammunition was abandoned. Intact shells were distributed among the warriors holding the rear. Armor components followed. servo assemblies, fiber bundles, reactor housings, targeting optics, damaged plates that could be cut down and reforged, chain axe motors, replacement teeth, power couplings stripped from dead terminators. Gene seed stores were carried in sealed caskets taken from the Skulltaker's apothecarian vaults. Surgeons received armed escorts. Navigators were dragged from their sanctums in restraint harnesses, their third eyes covered beneath plates of black iron. Shipmasters and pilots moved beneath guard. Mortal vehicle crews were kept alive if they possessed the skill to maintain engines, void drives, or gun systems. Captured Imperial cipher cores were packed beside tactical records, artillery codes, and maps of routes surrounding the Eye. Zhufor watched each category pass. He ignored the worshippers begging to follow. Thousands had gathered within the lower armories. Labor troops, pilgrims, wounded militia, and Zafan's surviving devotees pressed against the barricades erected by the Skulltakers. Some carried weapons, most carried nothing. They called Zhufor Lord. They called him Savior. They shouted Khorne's name when they understood that faith in Zafan no longer purchased protection. A mortal priest forced his way to the front. "My lord, we bled for you." Zhufor examined the crowd. They could not repair armor. They could not crew ships. They could not carry enough ammunition to justify the air they consumed. "You bled for Vrax," he said. The priest struck both hands against the barricade. "Vrax is yours." No. Another detonation shook the chamber. Dust filled the air. Several worshippers fell beneath the pressure of the crowd and were trampled. Zhufor looked toward the portal routes. "Vrax is dead." He ordered the barricades sealed. The mortals remained behind. Karzug Val commanded the rearguard through the lower arsenals. His Terminator armor had lost most of its original color beneath soot, blood, and impact damage. One pauldron had been split to the inner support frame. His chain axe motor screamed each time he activated it, the gears grinding through fragments of bone caught inside the housing. The blood cult held the corridor of saints. Marble figures lined the walls, each representing an Imperial martyr whose bones had supposedly been interred somewhere beneath the citadel. The faces had been broken away by Vraxian rebels. Cornete runes now covered the empty features. Karzug positioned his warriors between the statues. 3 Terminators knelt in the forward line with combi bolters leveled. 4 more waited behind them, the corridor beyond filled with Krieg infantry. They advanced without battle cries. Laser guns fired through smoke. Grenades struck the walls and detonated among the statues. Marble limbs and stone heads scattered across the passage. "Fire!" Karzug ordered. The blood cult obeyed. Bolter rounds tore into the advancing formation. Krieg soldiers vanished inside explosive impacts. One man lost both legs and fired from the ground until a second shell entered his chest. Another continued walking after his lower jaw had been torn away, blood flowing into his rebreather hose. The Death Corps did not stop. They climbed across their dead. Karzug's ammunition counter reached 0. His bolter locked open. Around him, other weapons fell silent. He dropped the gun and activated his chain axe. "Second line." The Terminators withdrew by pairs. Their replacements stepped forward with power fists, chain fists, and broken blades. The Krieg reached them. The corridor became a grinding press of bodies. A power fist closed around 3 soldiers and drove them into the wall. Armor, flesh, and bone flattened together beneath the blow. A chain fist entered a Krieg trooper's abdomen and dragged his internal organs through the opening in his greatcoat. Karzug caught a bayonet against his breastplate. The blade snapped. He seized the soldier by the throat and lifted him. The man continued firing his laser gun into Karzug's helm until the Terminator drove him headfirst against a statue. The skull burst. Karzug used the corpse to strike another trooper from the firing line. The blood cult withdrew to the next junction only after the ammunition column passed beneath the warning lumen. Karzug triggered the charges. The corridor of saints collapsed. Stone, bodies and burning armor vanished beneath the falling roof. The pressure wave followed the Terminators through the next blast door, carrying severed limbs and clouds of red dust into the armory beyond. They formed another line, then another. Every position cost them warriors. Every position purchased time. Watchmaster Karsk followed the Skulltakers' retreat through reports, seismic returns, and the distant sound of their demolitions. He lay inside a ruined observation bunker with his back against a cracked wall. The tourniquet above his missing arm had stopped slowing the bleeding. Blood soaked his greatcoat and pooled beneath him. His remaining hand held the field transmitter. 2 soldiers from his section still lived. One knelt beside the bunker entrance with a laser gun. The other worked over a map illuminated by a failing lumen. "Portal route confirmed," Karsk said. His voice sounded distant inside the rebreather. The map trooper looked toward him. "Coordinates?" Karsk recited them. The soldier marked each figure in charcoal, then transmitted them through the encrypted channel. Static answered. Karsk tried again. "Forward command, enemy withdrawal converges upon southern ritual complex. Portal activity confirmed beneath vault line. Request immediate artillery concentration." A voice emerged from the receiver. "Coordinates received." Karsk closed his eyes. The bunker shook. "Estimated capture probability?" asked the trooper at the entrance. "Low." "Enemy lord?" "Likely to escape." The man accepted that without visible reaction. Karsk looked toward the distant portal complex. They would not reach Zhufor in time. That was irrelevant. Artillery did not need to kill the Lord to damage the war he carried with him. Every Skulltaker buried beneath the bombardment would be one fewer warrior upon the next world. Every destroyed crate would become an empty bolter. Every dead pilot would leave a vessel without guidance. Karsk tightened his grip upon the transmitter. "Advance." The 2 surviving soldiers looked toward him. "We are 3, said the map trooper. "Yes." "The route is occupied by traitor Astartes." "Yes." Neither man asked again. They left the bunker. Karsk followed because remaining behind would not improve the regiment's strength. He walked until his vision narrowed to a red tunnel. The artillery arrived before they reached the ritual complex. Shells struck the outer temple in successive waves. The first detonations shattered the armory courtyards. The next penetrated beneath the surface. Roofs collapsed across the portal approaches. Sanctified priests disappeared beneath falling brass and stone. The warp aperture pulsed inside the central vault. It resembled a wound cut into existence. Beyond it lay no single place. A field of skulls stretched beneath a red sky. Black towers rose upside down from clouds. Oceans of blood flowed vertically between mountain ranges. Vast shapes moved across impossible distances, sometimes appearing close enough to touch, before vanishing beyond horizons that bent in circles. Reality peeled away around the gate. Strips of wall detached without falling. Sections of floor became transparent, revealing screaming faces beneath the stone. Brass chains appeared in the air and passed through armor as though flesh and ceramite possessed no substance. Demons forced themselves through. Some arrived incomplete. A horned beast materialized with its lower body fused into the floor. It tore at the stone until its claws broke, howling while the portal pulled its entrails backward through the breach. Another emerged without skin. Its exposed muscles steamed in the cold air. It lived for several heartbeats before collapsing into a heap of brass fragments and burning blood. A bloodletter appeared inside the body of a sanctified priest. The mortal's armor bulged. His ribs opened outward. A claw burst through his mouth, dragging his jaw and tongue with it. Priest and demon screamed together until the mingled body tore itself apart. Apostle Narkle stood before the aperture. Half his armor had been removed. Runes had been carved directly into his flesh. Blood ran from the inscriptions into channels surrounding the gate. "Hold the circle," he commanded, the surviving sanctified chanted. Their voices fractured beneath the bombardment. Zhufor entered the chamber behind the ammunition convoys. Cardinal Zafan hung in chains beside the broken altar. The former ruler of Vrax no longer wore his mitre or breastplate. His robes had been cut away. Brands covered his body. Hooks entered beneath his ribs and held him above a blood trench. Both legs remained ruined where the claw of Demnos had crushed them. His face lifted when he saw Zhufor. "General." Zhufor continued walking. Zafan pulled against the hooks. "My chosen general, deliver me." The chains tightened. Flesh tore around the iron. "I gave you Vrax." Zhufor passed within reach of his broken hands. The cardinal tried to seize his armor. "Take me through the gate." Zhufor did not look at him. Zafan's voice followed. "I made you lord." Still, Zhufor gave no answer. Death could have granted the cardinal meaning. A denial granted him nothing. The portal chamber became a battlefield before the first Imperial soldier entered. Rival warbands forced their way toward the aperture. A band of renegade Astartes in scorched iron plate attacked the Skulltaker ammunition column from the flank. Their champion demanded passage in the name of an alliance sworn before Zafan. Zhufor replied with the claw. The combi bolter fired into the champion's torso. Explosive shells opened his breastplate. Zhufor closed the distance and drove the power axe through his neck. The rival warriors charged. Skulltakers met them among the blood channels. Chain axes tore through armor. Power fists crushed helms and ribcages. Mortals carrying ammunition disappeared beneath the fighting. Their bodies ground into the blood covering the floor. More warbands arrived. The gate narrowed beneath the pressure of too many bodies. Zhufor saw the congestion forming. "Kill them." Karzug turned toward him. "All?" "Every warrior not beneath our banner." The blood cult obeyed. Potential allies became obstacles. Obstacles became meat. Karzug seized a wounded champion whose legs had been severed by a chain fist. The warrior still gripped a bolt pistol, firing wildly as Karzug carried him toward the aperture. "You cannot deny me," the champion snarled. "Khorne knows my name." "Khorne will hear it." Karzug hurled him through the gate. The champion did not cross. Shapes moved within the aperture. Invisible claws caught him between realities. His armor split without being touched. Skin peeled from muscle. Both arms vanished into different distances. His head remained suspended before Karzug for a moment, mouth open and eyes conscious. Then something pulled the skull backward. The body came apart. Only blood crossed the threshold. The Skulltakers entered the gate by formation. Ammunition and specialists first. Wounded warriors capable of recovery followed. Berserkers entered next, some laughing as the warp stripped color from their armor. The blood cult withdrew through the chamber, one warrior at a time. Imperial fire reached the outer vaults. Lasbolts passed through smoke. Grey knights were somewhere behind the advancing Krieg, their psychic presence forcing the demons around the gate into frenzied convulsions. Zhufor remained before the aperture. Mor's corpse still hung from his armor. Karzug reached him. "The command group is through. Charges, armed. Rear guard, those still moving are coming." Zhufor looked across the chamber. Sanctified priests remained at their circles. Rival warbands fought among the ruins. Several Skulltakers were trapped beyond a collapsed arch, firing toward the advancing Imperials. They would not reach the gate. Zhufor crossed last among his commanders. The warp seized him. For an instant, Balzac returned. A pale sky. Combat bikes crossing a salt plain. Brothers riding beside him. Then the nails burned the memory away. Zhufor turned within the aperture and looked back at Vrax. The outer chamber collapsed beneath another artillery strike. Krieg soldiers entered through the smoke. Nahkel remained before the ritual circle, one arm raised toward the gate. Zafan screamed within his chains. Skulltakers, too slow to escape, pushed toward the aperture over bodies piled several warriors deep. Zhufor activated the detonator. The charges answered. Fire consumed the vault. The blast took the pursuing Krieg, the Sanctified, the rival warbands, and the abandoned Skulltakers together. The portal folded inward as the chamber vanished. Zafan's final scream became a thread of sound stretched across the immaterium, then broke. Vrax disappeared. Years passed without mercy. The 13th Black Crusade burned across the stars. Abaddon's fleets moved from the Eye of Terror beneath banners older than empires. Worlds died beneath orbital bombardment. Imperial fortresses split open. Armies numbering beyond human comprehension drowned one another in blood across continents. The Skulltakers fought at the invasion's edge. They had changed. New renegades filled the ranks left empty upon Vrax. Their armor bore the mutilated heraldry of fallen chapters and defeated warbands. Captured vessels traveled beside ancient World Eaters' ships. New champions knelt before Zhufor because they had heard what became of those who hesitated. His Terminator armor had been rebuilt. One plate came from an Imperial fist. Another had been cut from Black Legion war gear. Krieg insignia hung beneath Maur's preserved skull upon the trophy rack. The claw of Demnos remained upon his left arm. 4 Officio Assassinorum attempts had failed to kill him. One assassin died before reaching his command deck. Another penetrated the Skulltaker's fleet and killed 17 warriors before Zhufor crushed his spine. The third poisoned an entire mortal crew and discovered that Zhufor's altered organs refused death. The fourth was never found. Only a severed hand remained, nailed above the armory doors. Zhufor stood upon a ridge overlooking another world at war. Orbital fire turned the horizon white. Armored divisions advanced beneath the bombardment. Aircraft filled the sky. Millions of soldiers moved through trenches, ruins and fortress lines, each believing the battle before them possessed meaning. Zhufor no longer remembered Balzac's voice. He remembered fragments, a pale sky, a banner, a word spoken in a hall whose name had become Pain. Those memories belonged to a dead warrior. Pain remained. Pain had survived Paramar. It had survived the Surgeons, the Long War and Vrax. Pain had outlived loyalty, brotherhood, kingdoms and names. Zhufor raised the claw of Demnos. The Skulltakers gathered behind him. Advance! They descended toward the armies below. The dead waiting for them would never know that Vrax had not been Zhufor's defeat. It had been preparation.